what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are back for what will be night number 2 of the Valorant Oceania Tour, stage number 3 of the closed qualifiers number 1. My name is Mitch Conky-Con-Can, and alongside me is the better Mitch Pilipowski. How you doing, Mitch?
I'm doing pretty good and really looking forward to a bunch of these games. We've already had the opening best of ones in the bracket so far, so eager to see how this one breaks down. This three stages deep and getting towards the end of the year now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really into the thick of it now. We've seen, a lot of stuff over the last 2 stages of the qualifiers and, moving closer to the end where we'll obviously start to see those teams get that international opportunity. But if you guys aren't aware of what we have been witnessing over the last little while, I've got a little tournament explainer for you.
Welcome to the Valorant Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American Valorant Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the Valorant Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as-yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
Well, there you go, the gospel coming in. But yeah, man, look, it's a really exciting time. 3 lots of 10 grand, obviously, for all the teams to compete for. And then, really, at the end of the day, trying to make their way over towards North America and play with the world's best, because that's what it looks like right now. NA on top, it does seem. But we've also got that prize pool, as I was sort of mentioning. As I said, each leg of the competition has a shot at what you're seeing on the screen now. 4, 3, 2, 1 across the board. So a really, really good opportunity to run for. But that's not all. We actually do have the Vodafone MVP award as well, which will be sent through to obviously our individual high performers. So I think, in a team game like Valorant, still very important to reward that individual play as well. But, moving into stage number 3 right now, you've close qualifier number 1. We've already had our teams that have made their way into this leg. It's an interesting one because we've had a few roster swaps and a bit of changes coming around the industry at the moment.
Yeah, it kind of creates a little bit of a shake-up, to be honest, in terms of the whole competition and the way that I think it's going to break down. We've got a lot of up-and-coming players as well that are starting to, get their foot in the door, as it were. Like you said, a couple little roster swaps among a lot of these very, very quality rosters. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all breaks down as we head towards the tail end of the year, as like the tournament explainer was saying, that we've got a couple of slots up for grabs. I think one of those is pretty solidified in my opinion, but the other one, it's pretty up in the air, man. Like, it could really go any which way at this point.
Absolutely. And even that slot, that's had a roster change as well recently. So we'll see a little bit more of that tonight. But let's actually look through what we did see yesterday. The very handsome Tony and Digital did take you through 4 best of ones, which we're seeing on the screen right now. I was talking with you earlier, Mitch. I felt like, roughly business as usual, but business as usual in a completely different sense. Mindfreak and Wildcard dropping those matches to both Peace and Straight Out of the Zoo. We know Peace obviously has been, really working on establishing their roster at the moment, picking up Vronsky recently, who's done a fantastic job. And, that's where we're going to see those changes tonight in Mindfreak and Wildcard. We're seeing Ferg come back into the fray and also seeing Sign from, join Wildcard. So definitely some interesting changes. But best of ones, plenty of things can sort of happen at the start of the competition.
Yeah, I think this is basically the downside of best of ones, that you only need to take one map to be able to get that upset. I'd really like to see a roster like Peace take the whole best of 3 off Mindfreak, although later on we might see that be a bit more of a possibility. Also, the Straight Out the Zoo upset. I mean, it is no doubt in my mind that a team like Straight Out the Zoo can take maps off of Wildcard, off of some of these better teams in Oceania. My question is the consistency, and I think that's the downside of a best of 1 format. Not to mention, though, that later on, as we get deeper in towards this tournament bracket, and tonight included, we're going to have these best of 3s back again, I believe. So a bit more of a return to business as usual, just trying to tighten up the schedule with that initial opening game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically just sort of that four lots of chaos on the opening night. But a massive shout out, obviously, for the homies for bringing that one through yesterday, and it was really really cool to see. But look, rolling into tonight's games, it should be a couple of interesting ones, and I'm happy as always to be the first guy to admit this is a team that I've not casted in the past. August versus Mindfreak will be the opener of the evening, and as we're sort of talking about, right, Mindfreak's had a little bit of a change and bringing in a familiar face, I guess we could see. So rolling into that next game, of course, as well, Villains versus Wildcard. Similar story. Villains I have had a chance to look at before, I think actually alongside with yourself and obviously Komodo through some other competitions. That's, I guess, kind of a bit of a change from Tyrant was their former org, and only seeing a couple of like little changes. And then Wildcards, similar thing. They've actually brought on, I guess, technically lost a player and brought in a new one. So lots of chopping and changing right now.
Yeah, I don't think I've had a chance to cover Villains just yet, but they've had some pretty decent results. They're starting to, get their foot in the door in terms of getting through this open qualifiers a little bit more consistently. Obviously played in Rising Heroes, I believe, with that roster. So you're seeing these guys crop up here and there. They're one of these teams on the rise that are looking for improvement. And here's another opportunity for them to test their mettle against some of the best Oceania has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's use that time right now to actually dive into the rosters of our opening match. Let's check out August, of course. So, as I said, these are a bunch of guys that I think I've seen in some pugs here and there. I do definitely remember seeing the name Cream in the past on some Twitter clips and some highlights and things like that. But Nameless, Toxic, Xenix, Aaron, and Cream, really intrigued to see, what their structures are like, what they sort of pick into their agents. Clearly, they've made it to this leg of the competition. And in open qualifier number 1, there's some fierce competition as well to get to that first close qualifier.
Yeah, so to break down the team a little bit, just going through some of their games and the statistics, I think Cream is going to be their main duelist player. You see him mostly on a Jet or a Raze. Toxic seems to be the man who's playing that Sentinel role. Nameless seems to be the man who's playing the Smokes role most often. And then between Aaron and Xenix, they're kind of changing up their flex agents. I think Aaron's going to be a bit more of that, I guess, like Peck style, I guess you'd call it, where you're going between like Sages, Razors, and things like that, whereas Xenix is a bit more on the supportive side of playing mostly Sova and Breach that I'm seeing back through their last couple of games. But you never really know with a team like this. They might change up their roles depending on how they're feeling on the day. Let's see if that does prevail through.
Yeah, absolutely. Game like Valorant as well. Maps also has a huge impact, which we'll be finding out later. But in the interim, let's check out Mindfreak. So again, as we mentioned, some a familiar face coming back in. A man that has come in and out of retirement many a time. The bloke from Perth, that's Ferg. Going to bring a lot of experience to this roster as well. Whether or not he's picked up the IGL role, I would gather that would be the case, bringing in his wealth of knowledge. Across the board, though, we've got Watt, Norson, Scroll, and Pex. As you mentioned, Pex, sort of that duelist flex, seeing him pick up the Raze, the Reyna, and ultimately I think he's been on the Sky a little bit lately. Scroll, usually your Sentinel. Norson, fantastic player as well, and also Watt, who's typically sort of on the Smokes. And this roster is one that really has been looking to set themselves, as you mentioned, for that second place, but hasn't been able to fully get themselves like that arguable spot as of yet.
Yeah, I think they've actually kind of taken a bit of a backward step in terms of this crisis of having a fifth player. I'm not really sure what Ferg's capacity is in this team. In my opinion, I'll just be real, because I'm a fan of all of these players and I think they're all quality players and could be part of a winning squad, all 5 of them. But I just feel like this team doesn't really make sense right now, to be honest. I think you've got too many supportive elements. I think they're lacking a little bit of firepower. They need that player who can pop off a little bit. So for me, Mindfreak is a team where like in this game, for example, they're going to have more than enough experience and firepower to deal with a team like August. But I feel like they are a little bit of a step behind the rest of the competition, and you're seeing that in their recent results as well, with losses to Bliss, Peace, and Wildcard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So big statement that they sort of do need to create for myself. And also, my mind, Scroll is the Sova player. Just re-kicking that one back into my brain. And now thinking back onto what we've got. So we've basically broken it down with Pex and Aaron, looking at duelist flex.
Yeah, just to pick up on what you said, Scroll was actually playing Killjoy the last time that they played August on Breeze. And actually with Ferg in the team, there seems to have been a bit of a shuffle around in some of the roles, like you've seen Norson even on a duelist. So I feel like Mindfreak is trying to get comfortable. A man who doesn't seem to need to get comfortable, though, is Pex. This guy plays probably the biggest agent pool out of the whole Mindfreak team. Even when they were on top, this man was playing like literally every series, 3 or 4, different agents, depending on if it was a best of 3 or a best of 5. So very, very flexible man, and a very, very big asset. Obviously has a lot of experience going back to Counter-Strike. And another Counter-Strike player coming over, I believe, is Aaron, who I think he was floating around in the Counter-Strike scene a little bit for himself. And he also plays a similar kind of role where this man is kind of flexing around on a couple different agents between Sage, Raze, and Sky, at least in the last couple of series that I'm taking a look at, and he seems to be performing pretty well.
Yeah, no, fantastic. And that's what it's all about. These events are always going to sort of pull the attention to some of the newer blood on the block and really start to nurture that development. I suppose, we get to see them understand what sort of agents that they can flex into, how the maps play out. And speaking of maps, that's what we can actually start to look at right now. Haven't checked this one as of yet, so why don't we do it all together? So, okay, bit of a ban for Breeze and Haven. Breeze still obviously relatively new. I'm noticing a fair few teams pick it up as of late, but that means that we get the other end, which is going to be Ascent, Bind, and Icebox, which, I'm always happy for a bit of Icebox, Mitch, if we do manage to get to that third map.
Yeah, so this is going to be a bit of a spaghetti map pool for Auglis in particular in my mind, because actually the 2 maps that were played in the last series, these 2 teams played against each other, which was how long ago? 2.5 weeks ago, was actually Breeze and Haven. And those were the only maps that were played. And they both get banned out in the first stage. And we go Ascent, Bind, Icebox. It's interesting that Mindfreak takes away Haven. They've shown a willingness to play it for quite a while, but they're choosing not to play it in this series. Maybe that's because it's an underdog opponent. So we got a brand new map pool between these 2 teams, so there's not really a whole lot to go off. But the last time that these 2 teams did play, it was 13-9, 13-8 in the favor of Mindfreak. So we'll see if we end up with a similar result on a different map pool, or whether a bit of a shake-up is going to change things in terms of the results.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Definitely, one to sort of roll along with. And as we mentioned, very new to see, into our eyes, and whether or not it's going to be, one of those things where, as I said, it really should be a position where we see Mindfreak take it out. It's up to them to show that they still mean business, that they've settled in with Ferg and everything like this. Because if they do start to fall by the wayside, it maybe seems like they would really need a bit of a more sincere change as opposed to just sort of one for one. We've seen them cycle through, obviously, after losing Lakers. And then moving to Calth, who's obviously now over at Nebula, I believe, and then bringing back Inferg out of retirement. So really on to them now to make a statement. But for Villains, it's kind of free reign, right? It's like they've done well to get to this stage of the competition. And Auglis and Villains for later on. Auglis, it's just like, let's go. Let's have a crack. Let's see, how we're all feeling and just try our best to fight tonight.
Yeah, I think if I was to frame the storyline of this matchup in particular, it's a team like Audlis who have already taken maps off straight out the zoo. They played a couple of these top teams in these competitions, but they seem to be getting gate-kept a little bit, hitting their skill ceiling in a way. Although they have shown that they're good enough to take a map off straight out the zoo, push them on some maps, and also take a series over Nebula. So this is a team where they're able to toss it up in the tier 2, 3 competition. In my mind, if I'm thinking about tiers in OS, I think it's just orders in their own tier. And then you've got a bunch of these teams sitting around tier 2. So these guys probably sitting somewhere in tier 3. They need to try to punch up a little bit. Whereas for Mindfreak, these guys, basically it's a question of how far can they fall, because they're kind of losing to all of their peers. They're kind of sitting now, in my mind, at the bottom of this tier 2 sort of tier list, Pilski's theoretical tier list. And if they lose to these guys, then that's like the alarm bells going off in my mind.
Need to get some sort of highlight. I think Pilski's power plays or something along those lines. But yeah, no, I think it's correct sentiment to that. Order, what have they done recently? Just trying to bring in even more firepower in the form of Maple. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how they fare out. I know that they had quite a dominant victory yesterday, and seeing what they're going to be pulling forward in the later stages of that, because that's close qualifier number 1, right? That's where it is a really important stage where the teams are going to come in swinging, make sure they get their way into that main event for the end of stage 3, and Order so far ahead of the curve, in regards to the points. They're basically already a shoe-in to the OCE championships, and it is really seeing who is going to feel it out after that. And, seeing a team like Peace coming out of, the woodwork now, especially after bringing in Ronsky, it's like, okay, maybe these Mindfreak, Wildcard, etc., Bliss have got a bit more competition. So that's really cool, I think. But yeah, again, when other teams in that other tier are snapping at the heels of Mindfreak, it's, all right, guys, how are you feeling? Let's see if we need to make a change or just start to, prove the naysayers. So that's what I'm looking forward tonight, as we do now look to dive into Ascent. And Mitch, it should be a bit of a fun evening, I reckon.
I'm interested because I think this is going to be a bit of a case study for Mindfreak on how to defeat an underdog. You've got so many experienced players on this roster, and I'm eager to see how they approach a game like this. So you do have these August blokes on the defense side of Ascent, which is this first map in the series. Very, very slow 2-1-2 kind of setup here for Mindfreak, just probing both the extremities, looking to perhaps go for some orb control. Whereas August, yeah, pretty passive setup from these lads.
As you're sort of mentioning as well, on the back of it, does look like we've got, the double up of the duelists as well. So, we are moving into that more territory, I suppose, at this point in time, given that they only seeing the one for August. You're mentioning sort of, at this point in time, Mindfreak not really sure if they want to even play a duelist, let alone two. So that's an interesting one that I've picked up so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Ferg flex on the Rays in the past, so I'm not super surprised to see that come out there. And Pex obviously does love his Rainer on this map, does kind of go between that and the Phoenix. Do have this B push coming out here for Mindfreak, but it is going to be running into a crossfire here, Mitch, so let's see how they go with it.
Okay, there we go. Opening pick from Cream. Make that two. Looking nice. Last man standing now will be Watt inside main. So, yeah, really, Mindfreak have just sort of walked straight into the crosshairs for a little bit of a time here. Spike will look to be picked up, but Cream will close it out. So a nice and clean round there for August. Relatively unscathed and a pretty solid start here with the Ghosts over towards that B side.
Yeah, love to see it. Love to see the underdog team getting the pistol going nice and early on. It can be one of those things where you lose the pistols convincingly, or you lose the first couple of gun rounds perhaps convincingly. And I think it can kind of affect your momentum a little bit at the end of the day. It can kind of get to your head. So as long as you're starting off very, very nicely on your own map pick, then, or rather the opponent's map pick, then you're going to be having a little bit better of a time, I think, just rolling with the momentum.
Looking to grab that orb nice and early. Cream sitting towards the cubby. Still pretty convinced to sit back for the time being. Don't blame them. And it's okay. Ferg's on the raise. Very nice. I do remember seeing him pick that one up nice and early on the line. Norson has found an opener, and this is actually a pretty good response so far. Xenix will be able to take 1 and 2. And now the spike dropped in the lane. What? All on his lonesome. And should be going down pretty shortly here. If he can find one, that's great. But Nameless is going to take him down. So August have had a pretty solid start as it is.
Yeah, I mean, 2 guns taken away from them is going to be pretty happy for Mindfreak, I'd imagine. They're going to go into their first buy round here, try to reset that economy. Already see Mindfreak. They're playing a little bit on the slower side. These guys just want to play a bit defaulty, take their time moving through the map. Haven't seen a gun round out of them just yet. But it's good to see August already looking like they have the chops to keep this one competitive. They're just going for their bonus here. Taking their time. Just making sure that they don't throw the economy in the bin.
The battle of the economy game. Looking to get their way out tiles. Drone over the top. Just have a little bit of a spot. Nothing really. Does get Xenic information. Obviously just looking to play around this bonus. Still prodding over towards B. And Ferg's actually picked up the pace here quite nicely. Only leaving one member actually towards CT. So they should be able to get this side for free. Pex dropping down Xenix. And now leaving it just onto the Killjoy inside CT. So good opener for Mindfreak to start us off.
Yeah, just probing, realizing it's a bit of a retake setup, so they're happy to just filtrate into that big site, take their time, clear out all of the angles, and now you're looking for August trying to take some market control and get this retake rolling here.
Yeah, good due diligence, clearing out the boat shed, and whether or not, August try to force their way at this, likely we'll see them pop out in just a second. The guiding light available from the sky. Peck's got to be careful here. Not going to be used just yet. The dash straight into the boat shed, though. Should be able to lock it down. There we go. Nicely done from Pex. And I think he actually didn't even mean to get that kill. Will they give him the ace? Not quite. It's going to be Kaseki to actually close him. Norson for the final one of the round. But pretty good round from Pex there. A little bit shaky on the aim, but at least he was able to connect with the shots. And the 4K does bring Mindfreak to their first here on the attacking side of Ascent.
Yeah, not sure if August is not using Toxic or whether Kiseki is the same person, but...
Did get that confirmed by Rozzo just a little while ago, so we did see Kiseki swap in for Toxic.
Okay, so playing the same role anyway, playing that Sentinel role, but obviously not ideal to be playing with a different roster all of the time. Either way, just the one gun taken off of Mindfreak, you can see that's done wonders for their economy. And they're going to start to move towards this A side of the map where the Killjoy's actually shifted over from the B side of the map, but that has been spotted out by the drone from Scroll, so he's well aware that that is a possibility. All picked up by Norson, who's going to chuck down the lockdown, and already you're seeing Ferg starting to spray some of those mines. Really heads up stuff, just getting rid of some of that Sentinel utility. You can see Cream trying to look for a pick as they head into the site, but no real luck doing that, so bomb will go down as the lockdown finishes.
No detainees, just happy to leave Norson, spotting towards top mid. Might get the information on a Xenix, good bit of timing, but actually does slip his by the wayside. So now Pex going to do some damage through the heaven position. Scroll taken down by Cream. This is a good start. The Gravity Well will keep him at bay for a little while longer, but now looking for that second head. We'll be able to spot now Pex, one more below heaven.
Oh.
That's the third. Cream looking real good here so far, Mitch. What? All the way back inside A main. Norson will be able to rotate over. Now they're onto the defuse as well. It's actually Cream. He's going to be able to get that to half, but straight back onto it. They're a little too far back, and yeah, Mindfreak have just sort of left that up, and well done from Cream to re-entry back in for his team.
Yeah, I'm kind of already, I don't know if you're feeling the same way, Mitch, but I'm kind of getting the sense that Auglis is looking quite sharp at the moment. You know, they're looking like their mechanics are looking a little better than Mindfreak, which is already a bit of a worrying trend. You know, Cream in particular, having a great start to this map, and he has kind of been the standout for Auglis. Aren's been like a little bit more up and down. Cream's been quite consistent with his performance across the series that we've seen so far in these open qualifiers. Kaseki, you know, doing a good job just swapping up his positions, changing from an A setup into a lane setup on that Killjoy, always keeping Mindfreak guessing about where the Sentinel's playing. And Mindfreak, again, similar kind of approach, just walking towards one of these sites together.
You know, Cream, a player. Obviously, you know, us Aussies love our highlights. Player that I've sort of been seeing around the Twitter sphere. Some cool MM dashes around on that jet. He's been able to do it in official so far as well. Nice previous round, but getting onto that site, free real estate. Only just leaving that CT sort of retake approach. They were unsuccessful previous time they had this, but it was just the bonus. So they're a little bit more equipped to get back into the site here, Mitch.
Yeah, not too much utility to be able to do it in terms of the ultimates, so they're going to have to start forcing their way through boat shed. Scroll still contesting, but you got the wraparound from Norson in towards middle. He is being looked for. Cream already really good on the entries. He's going to try and dash into the site here and Imagine.
Does get caught off, able to use the tailwind to get out, however, but Ferg and Norson picking up a couple, and now the ultimate, the showstopper, will go out, doesn't connect, but it's not going to matter, because Norson on that Killjoy, Mr. Consistent, as I do like to call him, picks up a second round here for Mindfreak. So taking advantage of that post-plant sort of retake position that Auglis is setting up on the back of the Killjoy from Kaseki, not really paying off for them towards that site. And, you know, Mindfreak, if they look to take advantage of that, they might have to, you know, switch something up to try and deny it.
It's just a good wrap from Norson. They got into the site with so much time. It gave him the confidence to be able to wrap through from that mid side to market. And he had a great timing as well. You can see Xenix was kind of looking for him on the Sova, but didn't quite have the timing there correctly. Cute little play here. Going to try and dart the back of B main and go for a bit of a spam.
Love it.
You do have the dash in from Cream, getting a little bit of damage done. There's the scan from the dart of the Sova. Does confirm all of these Mindfreak players in position behind B main. And now we're going to get Mindfreak. Very experienced team, going to slow down the action. Well aware that, you know, B main has been contested. They can go back, look for some map control. Going to start working in pairs, holding for further aggression, and just try to find some players that are kind of straggling off. You can see a couple of them from Auglis who have taken map control in middle after knowing that all of those Mindfreak players were towards B. But Mindfreak looking to try to isolate those players, pick them off, and keep the rotations honest here.
And Aaron's tried to gather the info, but as you mentioned, you know, now they've sort of tried to bait it in, but Scroll caught with his pants down there. Great shot from Xenix with the Sheriff. He will be able to split sort of that play up again. So the Killjoy utility for Auglis still down towards B. Looks like we are going to see some mid control be taken now. What with the spike in hand, looking to get in towards the tiles, but it does appear that it's going to be a little bit of a take up towards short. No information off the Sova dart will be damaged quickly. Ferg able to get that trade on a nameless. So back to a 3-on-3, but they're actually going to head over towards B now. Very big switch up.
Yeah, you do still have a whole bunch of Killjoy utility there as well. You've got one of those nano swarms on the plant. So can potentially delay that a little bit longer and allow time for the retake to come in. You've got the Sova ultimate as well. Only 14 seconds, so this could actually be dangerous. If the plant gets delayed with that nano swarm, and then you have the Sova ult come in, this might just be round over. There's the ult from Xenix. Actually on target here. He's going to be able to... Oh, no, not quite. I thought he was going to be able to delay the plant just in time, but unfortunately just missed the timing. Either way, though, 3v2 retake here for Auglis.
Very well done to, you know, deny that one almost. And now the information gathered. Great shot from Kiseki, all onto Ferg, and he's down to 38 points of HP. Very, very large task here onto the other side. Gets a spot onto Kiseki, but has to move around. And in the end, it's going to be Aaron. So that's a fantastic round from Auglis, able to adapt to Mindfreak's change-ups really quickly. But yeah, you know, the king there, the ultimate, able to take down old mate Watt just after he gets the spike planted. And Auglis walk away with the fourth.
Really nicely done. That's going to really put a spanner in the works for Mindfreak's economy. You can see they're going to be able to buy up, but unfortunately have to go through the majority of their funds just to be able to invest in this round. So this could be another kind of swing round for Auglis. They've built up the loss bonus here, Mindfreak, but Auglis can try and reset the money here, put them onto an eco and start to take control of this game. Another bit of a difference maker in is obviously the op in the hands of Cream. You do only have the Reyna eyes, so not too many flashes here for Mindfreak, and only really the Sova is the main agent that can kind of push him off some of these angles. Good movement from Ferg, though, to just dodge that op shot. And looks like Mindfreak trying to go for a bit of an A split here. That's why the Reyna eyes not really effective against the operator.
Oh, and a utility as well to force him off. Ferg's already all the way up short. What's going to be able to destroy the Boombot as well as he makes his way up. Now Pex with the additional Leah. That's going to look to force Cream off the line as well. That's the thing though, right? You know, you see all these complaints about the operator being busted, but with good use of utility can do a lot of work here. Narrowly misses another shot. The gravity well is going to keep him at bay.
Wow.
And look at the ultimate to come out from Scroll as well. This is perfection from Mindfreak. Nice and clean. Nameless in the corner though. I haven't actually checked it, Mitch. Haven't cleared it. What now from A main? We'll be able to pick up another. Pex on the site, but Nameless, he went huge in this round here to bring it into the 1-on-2. Kiseki looking to walk around. Spike will get planted. He's got a lot of work to do here. We'll be able to find one. And this 1 versus 1. Can he do the damage? No, not quite. Mindfreak, they did everything right, but then overlooked a little thing that almost allowed Auglis to bring it completely a 180.
That's a beautiful thing about Mindfreak, especially with the addition of Ferg. Like, you'll see their utility just win them rounds. They know how to bring the best out of their agents. Just the nano swarm to push that short line, like you were saying, you know, the utility, the gravity well in combination with that Sova ultimate. It's just so sweaty to play against. You'd hate to be a Jet player going up against Mindfreak. That's a good round for Mindfreak to win though, but their money is still a little bit sketchy here. Auglis on a bit of a half buy, looking to do some economic damage, and the name of the game here for Mindfreak is really just try to win a round with 3 or 4 players alive.
Yeah, definitely a battle against that money game for the time being. Nameless looks looking to spot his way out. Aaron also gathers the information inside main. Haven't really seen a whole lot from him on this guy as of yet, but you know, continuing to use the guided light for the old blinded call. Gather that info as best as possible.
Mindfreak's all
best Aussie
control has
accent
been
ever.
so good, like this whole game. They've been contesting B and A main control and just farming free orbs this whole game. It's an interesting approach to Ascent. You know, you can run those mid-control setups, but the orbs, both very attainable for the attacking side, which kind of incentivizes you to go towards the extremities rather than always just going for mid-control. Norson trying to minimize the risk here by dropping the lockdown in towards B main, even in the anti-half buy here. Don't want to be losing too many of these players, but that's a great shot from Nameless to start it off.
And straight into those nano swarms as well. Very good hold, even though it is a little bit more passive once more, you know, playing that B retake. Spike now looking to be planted by Watt, and they've got to sort of set the post plant here quickly because Cream is on the flank.
It's already getting a bit dicey. Already losing a couple too many guns for my liking. That is some really flicky aim from Norson. You absolutely love to see it from the man. He's kind of been the standout for Mindfreak in the last little bit, in my opinion.
Absolutely, certainly a fantastic player and looking to push their way back in as well. Kiseki will be able to find one, but Ferg from main gets 1.5. Aaron to pick up the opener as well, so still into a 2-on-2. Retake that site now, only with the Marshall. Does pick up the Spectre. A lot of work to be done by Watt here as he sits inside that main position, and now as he's taken down, Norson has to try to close it. Landed in that corner. He's going to go for the spray and not quite connect. A little bit dangerous here. He might be taken down unless he goes for it. No! Norson might be able to get it done here, but the timing doesn't favor him. No, it does. Oh, man. That round was tight.
I mean, it's not what Mindfreak wanted. End of the day, they're going into a half buy with no money in the bank. They picked up another round, reduced their loss bonus, and they're going to have to invest every dollar that they have into this round. It's going to be pretty much bankrupt, and this is where Auglis, they're picking up the loss bonus. They're getting a lot of economic damage done. They've got a couple of ults in this round. Same thing for Mindfreak, though. Pretty close to the showstopper. You've got 2 Cosmic Divides available, and you've got the lockdown for the retakes on Kiseki. So This round could get a little bit dicey. And again, 1-4 from Mindfreak, looking for this A main control, looking to keep things relatively simple. Again, Scroll been doing great job on the drone, just spotting the position of the killjoy. And actually, Kaseki, all of his utility just taken out of the equation because Ferg catches him off on the timing.
Yeah, that's it. Now they can run straight through without having to worry about any of the nano swarms or the turret. They can just roll into the site. But yeah, you mentioned, Scroll, fantastic opening for the team once more. And now they can look once more to set back, jump into main, look to hold it down for another time. Stars go up, looking to use the Nebula's stilt. Also another gravity well on the site too. Aren't looking to spot some info. Zenik does find one, however. And they still start to walk their way back onto this site.
Yeah. Got this hell and main set up here. The birds going in, just clearing out Gen. There's the drone in, and all these birds actually not clearing hell effectively enough, so they're not sure that Mindfreak are in this position. Just does get checked by Iron, though, as that tap comes out on the plant, but the utility too good for Mindfreak in combination with the crossfire. Until a couple kills come back from Orbless here.
2 versus 2. What does manage to find it, and so will Scroll. So close it out. It's a much more open plant this round. Puts it in a really good spot. And will they live? Oh, no, unfortunately. And yeah, that's it. Now look at the money once more, Mitch. It's just rough. But I guess at least this time around, they're not really contesting into much more than maybe just the Sheriffs, unless Aaron still considers this Phantom buy.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, like, you're getting to the point as Mindfreak where you've already got 5 rounds on attack. You're feeling pretty happy with yourselves. They are still on the point of economic reset, but when you're getting towards the tail end of the half, it's not as concerning, really. See if they can close this halfway out convincingly, though. They definitely don't want to get themselves upset. Securing this round, though, with 2 left in the half, we'll be pretty happy with that.
Little spam to the other side of the Nebula. This time Mindfreak will wait for the most part to get out onto the other side of Nano Swarm. Site now controlled. Once again, still doing their due diligence, clearing out what necessary. Well, we'll be able to get that spike down, but look, even despite the lesser buy, it's still a 5 versus 5 retake as the our drones will spot each other. A little bit of further info now, but setting into that post plant inside the main.
So we have both of the Cosmic Divides. There's the dash in from Cream. Similar to the last round, you got a bit of a crossfire between main as well as the site, but it's all going up Mindfreak. 4 kills in a row from them, and they're going to survive with 5 alive. Forget about the economic woes that they were having previously. They're going to be totally fine heading through the next couple of rounds. It's only 2 left in the half, so Orgless looking to try to win them back-to-back if they don't want to have to forego some utility or maybe go down to light armor next round. And they've got a pretty good ult economy to do it. You got the cabbages, you got the lockdown, and you still got that Cosmic Divide. Both of those ults being held for quite a while here. Definitely need to get some use out of those before the end of the half here for Orgless. You also do have the Hunter's Fury is one off. So we'll see how it does boil down.
I think it's been pretty safe to say they've had some good signs so far. It's been, not underwhelming, I guess, for Orgless, and Mindfreak's really just their experience kind of showing it. They've not been overwhelmed by any of these duelists or anything like that, and it's just been some good moments from some members of Orgless. A spray to the other side of the Nebula. Pex will be able to get away with murder there a little bit. Does some good damage, but going low into the Nano Swarm. Spike planted, however, and again, it's another 5-on-5 retake.
Yeah, nice open plant for Mindfreak. They can play that from so many positions. The Cabbage does reveal Nawson's position. In the meanwhile, Hunter's Fury does take out Pex, so the man advantage is starting to go the way of Orgless, and I'm pretty sure that Nawson going to be caught off guard here. Forget about it, actually. The man never really caught off guard. Nice little train in from Nameless, and there's the retake lockdown coming in, as well as the double Cosmic Divide for either of these players. Let's see if Orgless can get this diffuse off.
Hopefully that Recon Bolt does get some information. Guiding Light through. Now they need to force their hand. Nameless will be able to lock that one down, and I don't think they're actually going to be able to take him off the spike here, Mitch. Very, very clean from Orgless. Well done with the Cosmic Divide, and making it much, much easier for themselves. 4 living on too. So that should put Mindfreak. Yeah, look, they've got enough. They've got enough, actually. Rebuy in from Orgless as well. So it will be a do or die moment, I guess, to see whether or not Mindfreak can actually lead out this half. A little bit more so, I guess, a defensive-sided map to a degree, still a sense. So Mindfreak got to be happy with 6. Regardless, though, I certainly think that they could have had a little more, I suppose. But Orgless, some of these retakes have been really nice. That's what I mentioned. A couple of moments of real good brilliance from them, and only really being overpowered by Mindfreak's experience.
I mean, it's 3 of the strongest retake ults in the game in combination with each other. The Cosmic Divide, as well as the Lockdown to clear out the site, and the Cabbages just show you exactly where everybody is. The Seekers for Aren't just being able to inform where all of the attacking players are playing in the post plant. You can make sure that you're clearing out the majority of the site, and then you just have the main angles that you don't want to deal with blocked off by the Cosmic Divide. It's really a recipe for success there. Wasn't actually the Hunter's Fury either used there by Xenix, which I think he just got a kill with the shock darts there. So nicely played from the man, and he will have access to the Hunter's Fury in this last round of the half.
I was going to say as well, did you watch like Avatar Last Airbender when you were growing up at all?
Barely, like the tiniest bit.
It won't work. I was going to say, the second you mentioned cabbages, I was like, there's one character who has a cabbage cart, but we'll move on from that one because clearly I'm still a child at the ripe old age of 28. But just a tech pause, guys, for the time being. And, we'll be getting back into the game as soon as we can, of course. But yeah, look, I guess we can sort of break down with what we've seen so far. I think you've done really well to sort of explain, the synergy and the utility usage that's been coming out from Mindfreak as much more of a, carrying position, I suppose. But the interesting thing for me is August has looked quite sharp, right? They've looked all pretty switched on, but only really sort of being held back maybe by a little bit of inexperience. And as I said, it's cool to see a team like this that I haven't seen any before. They've clearly got a fair few fans in the chat too, which is awesome. Everyone's sort of, supporting their way through. And I hope to see so far that we get to see some more of them as, this is quite a close half to start off on Ascent.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. I think August, a couple of sharp players. They're also doing pretty well playing off of each other, though. Their comp is really quite utility heavy, only having the Jet as a single duelist, obviously. So it's kind of like it is still current, like in the EU meta, like even just the last couple of games that I've been watching, where you have the Sky and the Astra that are still like quite popular, and then some maps you will run the Killjoy as well. So it's kind of like the last patch strength, but I think it's continuing into this patch in particular. Like Sky seeing a lot of popularity. I kind of feel like she's the strongest agent in the game right now with the changes to her flashes that are a little bit easier to throw, and also there's just not many agents that have like 6 alt orb ultis anymore. I think it's only Sky and you got the Cypher, the Sky, and the Phoenix. So yeah. I think Cypher, obviously his ult's like a little bit of a meme. Like it's all right, but it's not super impactful. Whereas the Sky, the Seekers can really, really inform your decision making. And for only 6 alt orbs, if your orb control is solid, you can get a couple of those a half.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting. Hey, I remember when I was reading the patch notes initially, I saw how Breach's Aftershock will pulse 3 times now. I thought that was Cypher's ult. It would pulse 3 times, which would make a little bit more sense, maybe. I mean, maybe that'd make it overpowered. I don't know. But yeah, it's been interesting to watch all the changes given those nerfs, especially even just in matchmaking, which I've been dabbling around in a little bit. And also, Platinum harder than Radiant. Trust me.
No, I agree with you. I legitimately agree with you, I've been subjected to both skill groups, and I have to say some of these Platinum players are pretty cracked. Either way, though, again, another contact beat from Mindfreak. You do have the lockdown coming in. The Hunter's Fury not exchanged because the Sova's all the way towards that A side of the map here for August. So looking to try to get this retake kicked off in a little bit. For the time being, just giving up this site, delaying Mindfreak with the Killjoy utility for a little bit longer. Spike will start to go down here, and August starting to go back towards A. I think they thought it might have been a fake, maybe second guessing themselves a little bit of miscom, and now starting to get this retake going.
Once again, another 5-on-5 retake. We've actually seen a fair few of them now. Scroll looking to gather that info. We'll be able to tag up Xenix, and that's going to force them really back into the corner as well. Nothing they can do there on that angle in towards CT. And now Pex holding from the lane. All members start to make their way out. Now Cream dropping into the cubby will be taken down. Pex using that dismiss on the way around, but Nameless makes his way through, picking up a couple of frags, and now spotting over towards Scroll. But Norson inside the main position will be able to make quick work of 2, and Scroll to close it. Mindfreak going to stop themselves in with 7, and that was a much more convincing defense of the site there.
Yeah, I think we're seeing some good things from August, but that indecision, the miscommunication, that's a sign of a bit of an inexperienced team, maybe not being as on point as they needed to be. Burnt an extra 10-15 seconds off the clock when they were already looking a little bit late on the retake to make that round competitive. So unfortunate. Now they're going to move over to their attacking side. Let's see what they've got in store for us, because defense looked pretty good. They're looking competitive, they're looking strong, getting a couple of big plays coming out. But it's a whole different beast on the attacking side, especially against a team like Mindfreak, where they're running this comp. Like, this is a nightmare to attack into. You got the Astra, the Raze, like Sova, as well as the Killjoy. Like, in combination with Pex, who I imagine is going to be walking around the map looking for opening picks, you know, you're going to have your work cut out for you here. And just looking at what Auglis is doing, was kind of wondering if we're going to have a bit of a dead round here or whether they're just having a bit of a chat. Not sure.
Yeah, taking their time. Now waltzing over towards A little bit, reconsidering, however. Going to send that spike back through spawn. But yeah, I think you know, you're exactly right in the sense it's been nice to watch Auglis how well they've done in this part, and certainly making it competitive, because it was one or two things. You know, I always sort of felt like Mindfreak could either absolutely roll over and stomp this one, or otherwise we might have actually seen a little bit more competitive. But yeah, a little bit of missed utility.
Yeah,
we see it from time to time.
This attacking pistol round is looking very scuffed. I'm not going to lie to you right now. Like, I keep it real, Mitch. We've seen the Trailblazer and the drone be used with no real, like, nothing really being gained. Then you see that dart completely whiffed. They're looking very indecisive. There's 40 seconds on the clock. They've got very little map control. There's not really a whole lot going on. I'm getting extremely worried here for Auglis. They look very disjointed.
Yep. And I'm seeing in the chat, potentially this isn't the full roster, which I guess would make sense. You know, we've obviously got that sub as well, but you're exactly right. They need to get a wriggle on. Look at already this stack up from Mindfreak 3 on the site. And whilst they do get the stars down, Ferg is going to be sitting up on that close angle. Gravity well straight in on down. This is just a round done. There's nothing they can do here at all.
No, and that's what I'm talking about. Mindfreak, like, you can't afford to be spending like a whole minute doing relatively nothing and throwing away a whole bunch of your key pieces of utility without anything gained. Like, you're going to be punished for that. You can't just contact out a main with like 10 seconds to go against like this team. Like, you got like, look at the agent lineup. You're going to run into Killjoy setup. You're going to run into Gravity Wells. You're going to run into Raise Nade. It's going to be a nightmare. So need to get their ducks in a row here, because Auglis, they lose that pistol. Now they're going into an eco round. If they don't get this next gun going for them and don't start to punish the bonus, then I'd say that their hopes of ascent are starting to fall by the wayside a little bit.
And look at that paint shell straight into tiles, really, really hurting. And now they do make their way through mid, looking to spot into market very quickly. But Norson, he's going to be ready for that one immediately. There's the Nano Swarm, there's the Spectre. Should be an easy mop up for him here inside the market. Unfortunately, they haven't got their $8 bread, and they've just been sent home with a glass of orange juice.
Well, nice little cleanup there for Mindfreak. Do have 5 alive for them. So they got plenty of money. They can buy themselves a nice orange juice, the one that comes in a carton with the pulp.
Yep. The
Like
good
freshly
stuff.
squeezed.
That was what I saw. I remember a little while ago I went and saw a comedian, and he said, like, what are you guys doing in lockdown? And, you know, can't really travel anywhere, can't really do a whole lot. He goes, I went from tip top to $8 sourdough bread. That's where I spend my money now. No longer that $2 loaf from the store.
Dude,
I lost my mind because it was like, that's me.
I mean, I feel like I've always been like that, to be honest. Maybe that's like me showing my privilege a little bit, you know.
Ahead of the curve.
I'm ahead of the curve? I don't know if I'm ahead of the curve. I've kind of just been on the certain part of the curve my entire life. So, you know.
A man of culture.
Yeah, I'm waiting for things to inevitably come towards the downturn. I've peaked too early here. Ferg, someone not peaking too early, as he's got full A main control. He's got an operator as well on that raise roll. So old man using the point and click gun, trying to make things easier for himself. Just, you know, post on an angle, click the big zoomy gun.
Also noting as well, you know, the Owl drone once more, not really gathering a whole lot, not really, you know, having anyone walk in with it. It's just sort of dead utility being sent out. But Pex does overstep, walks straight into the crosshair of Cream. So well done from him there. And now they do look to split their way towards this side. But once more, you know, Norson, he's always, I just felt like, you know, being the backbone of Mindfreak, and with all his utility set down, Scroll is going to have to reposition. The Nano Swarm will force them away from a little while, but now they do start to make their way in. Scroll is ready for it, and oh man, gets the job done with the LMG nice and early, and Norson does some extra damage too. Ferg misses the shot, however. It's all on a Scroll and Norson sitting on that side. Make it just Norson. How long can he hold on for here? 14 seconds. They need to get into the side, but it's going to be a good shot from Kaseki. So that is just a bonus. Not really a whole lot to be sort of worried about there, but now look, well done from Auglis. They managed to, you know, at least give a measured attack on the site and take down the members accordingly.
I mean, we call it a bonus, but Ferg literally just bought an operator, which is an interesting one.
Good point. Good point. Yeah.
I'd love to hear his thinking behind that. To be honest, like
I wouldn't. I buy up. Me go shoot.
I think Ferg's a little bit more thoughtful than that, you know. But
So
maybe
do
it is
I.
that simple. Maybe it is. You never know. Either way, though, here's the first gun round. Good opportunity for August to continue to get themselves into this game. That's a great spam
clean.
from what. Just this A main control being very oppressive. August doing a decent job of trading this out. Drone comes in here for Xenix. And Watt's going to get away mostly scot-free. You know, he lost 2 teammates, but this is where August actually a move like pushing Catwalk here could be exactly what they need to get back into this round. Watt's still contesting Wine, still biding time. This is where Norson and Skrull can come into the equation and try to get something done here, Mitch.
Yeah, looking to walk their way through as well, just onto the other side. The Cloudburst will isolate the vision for now. What, though? They seem to be somewhat aware of it. Norson, though, good shot onto Aaron, taking him quickly down. And despite chucking the shock dart down, doesn't actually clear out the position. So it's all in the cream. 1 versus 3. Spike still dropped. 45 seconds, so I guess winnable. Does find a pick onto Norson there, but, you know, with that Spike's position inside A main, look at the space that Watt's actually created. Scroll walks into the site, though. But he will be taking down Cream with him. So Mindfreak have really started to take this away. And August, whilst they've found some good frags, I guess they haven't shown us any sort of real convincing nature that they've got to come back in them.
Yeah, you know, I'll still give them one more gun round. But it is getting worrisome, I'm not going to lie. And, you know, it's not about number of rounds. It's about the fashion at which the rounds are happening. Like, there just doesn't seem to be a cohesive game plan for August on this attacking side. And I think that kind of indicates perhaps a bit of a lack of leadership here, a bit of a lack of getting the boys on the same page, a bit of a lack of preparation perhaps, which is not too uncommon of some of these teams that lack a bit of experience.
With this hold, should be easy pickings at this point in time. Oh no, never mind. Cream creating space, forcing his way, giving Ferg a little kiss he wasn't exactly ready for. Scroll to the other side now, has to try and lock down this site for as long as possible. With Killjoy being taken down, there's no extra utility. Kaseki, great trade onto Nameless. Now they're going to be able to find the site nice and easily. So they do get this planted, but the other two are heading in on the pincer approach.
We got a lockdown here as well for Kaseki. I'm keen to see if the man's going to invest in. You got the Trailblazer up the left side. You got it. There's the lockdown in the back of the site, and Mindfreak got to decide whether they want to commit in or wait it out. They are going to wait it out here. You do have that Nano Swarm towards one of these sides in combination with the alarm bot as well. I think that was taken out though. Was shot. Now here's the retake here for Mindfreak, taking their time moving in.
Got to go quickly now, pick up the pace. Nova Pulse into the back of sight will give a little bit of extra damage, but Kaseki, he's been locking this down really nicely. Pex has to make the right choice, but Kaseki, the man, the myth, and potentially even the sub, closing it out on the Killjoy with a 4K. Huge round from him.
Yeah, absolutely massive. That's going to reset Mindfreak's economy, and that's the round that August needed to actually turn things around here. They're starting to make a bit of a run back into things, and maybe a little bit of an edge like that is exactly what they need to start getting the confidence rolling and getting the boys on the same page here again.
For sure. Definitely the momentum that is needed. They are going to go for a bit of a gentle save. So time to think, time to decide. Maybe try something a bit different, get aggressive.
A gentle save. I love that. It's like a gentle kiss from Papa.
Yep.
It's exactly what everyone
Papa,
needs.
he got your back. Yep. A little love. Come here, son.
Yeah, a bit of a handshake from Business Kong. Good job, mate.
Don't give me a limp handshake, mate. I'll never do a deal with you. It's got to be firm.
Firm?
Yeah.
Like
you know,
painful firm, or what are we talking about here?
No. So like if someone comes up to me and like squeezes my hand, I can tell they're like a beta male immediately. But if it's like a firm slap, you know, it's got to make that sound where the hands firmly connect, and it's like from that point on, it's like, all right, this is going to be a good client.
Firm slap on the ass. That's what I always want.
That's it.
Yep.
Well, for the back of the footy boys. Well done, mate. Little cheeky slap.
Bit of encouragement. It's pretty good anti-eco, actually. It's an encouraging sign for August. Not losing too many of the guns. Hold on, though. The judge. Oh, that's a nice trade, though. Good trades. That was a bit of a scary situation. You're running into a judge and a sheriff close range. I've seen that go horribly, especially when it's a player that has Mindfreak starting their name with a judge in the corner.
Yeah. I think what Lakers still has the speed run for the world's quickest ace over towards that A main position from back in his heyday. Watching him use that thing was terrifying. But now Norson, I guess, you know, he's been given the Phantom here, and he does have the lockdown available. It is a big task. Nose Cream is in position. That's going to hurt him a lot. Does have to utilize the tail in the updraft, but it is a good swing in. Nicely done as a team there. The double swing and not giving Norson the opportunity, because, yeah, if he got that kill, you know, was able to walk out unscathed and then use the lockdown, could have been a different story.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree. You got decent economy built up. They dropped a couple of guns, though, so that's where some of these boys looking a little dicey, but we got some good ults here. You got one off the Cosmic. Got yourself a Hunter's Fury, got yourself some cabbages. Almost 5 ults for Mind Freak though, so you got your work cut out for you here if you're Augless. Want to see that Hunter's Fury to deny the lockdown. See what their approach will be here. This is the kind of round where I'd really like a more defaulty round where maybe you try to force the site execute just to try to bait out some of the ults, try to bait out some of the utility, and try to have some solid contingency plans set up as well. So far though for Augless, I feel like they're a little traumatized from some of these map control Mind Freak's been running in the earlier gun rounds. You can see them really taking their time here. They don't even want to touch any of the extremities because they're really sick of Ferg and Watt just getting in their face a little.
So happy to give plenty of time. Ferg just sort of jump slotting, seeing if anyone does move over towards mid. Has happened, a couple of rounds, you know, looking to sort of make their way into market, but not really taking that control, then slowing down. But now the utility will start to come out. However, Scroll, poised as always, does manage to connect that opening shot onto Nameless. So that's actually going to force the way to throw the old cabbages out towards B and try and take the side accordingly. But Norson does have his utility set, and he's also going to be able to find that opening frag as well. He is so good on this agent.
I'll give you a free play-by-play. Next big play that Norson makes, you got to say Norson is awesome. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll post it on Twitter, and we'll say good job. We'll see if this retake's going to be good for Mind Freak though. Does seem pretty decent. They got those man advantages.
Good trade in. Going the way of Mind Freak very much so, but we did see a big hold from Kaseki only a few rounds ago. See inside boat shed. Aaron has had a slow one. Maybe a time for him to really open up. Recon Bolt does come out, gather some further information, but onto the other side of the lockdown, Kaseki, no, not quite able to line it up, and that's great use of the Cosmic Divide. Ferg, oh, Ferg, what's going on, buddy? A little bit blind, but, oh no, he's got around the other side, Aaron, oh God. Dicey, but hey, they got the job done.
Very, very dicey.
Hang on, did they?
Yes,
yeah, okay.
yes,
okay,
yes.
never mind. Okay.
Nothing to worry about. Don't panic. Oh, man. Just love the contrast of some of those like chaotic rounds to like that round where it was like perfect utility usage from Mind Freak. It's like, that's what I expected them every round, and it's so unrealistic. See how they do go though. This is going to be an important one. This could be Mind Freak closing this map out here, putting their opponent on a half buy, or this could be Augless getting their foot back in the door here and trying to get up towards those double digits. Really a must-win round for the boys here at Augless. Xenix, dart out from the man, has that Hunter's Fury available. Another swap up here from Mind Freak. Double catwalk setup. Ooh, spam through the smoke from Pex.
Could be ready.
That's beautiful.
Great dart. No frag, though. A little bit dicey.
Yeah.
But in the end, they fall away unscathed. So I guess not a loss.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to be counting their lucky stars there. Drone all the way up mid here from Xenix. Well aware that there's no one playing in these positions. So going to get a little bit active. Going to have a little bit of a look around. And again, we're at a minute. We've got some good map control here. Contesting catwalk. We're up towards Arch. This is where you need that late round call to come in. And they're moving at a good timing here. 50 seconds starting to shift towards this A side of the map. And Mind Freak, you can tell they've got really no idea what's going on. Although they are leaning Scroll towards B. He does drone through middle. So he's happy to just sit towards A here.
Ready to pop now. Star in. Nebula down. Clear into that line. Peck's a big task, but at least he gets two. Not quite able to utilize the dismiss to head his way out, but now that lockdown will be held as well. What with a big task, but unfortunately does Cheeky have a whiff, so Nameless will be able to entry into that site now, 3 versus 3, and they're going to be ready to move on to the other side of the lockdown, but that overgrowth will give them a little bit of extra health. It's going to be a tough one for Mindfreak to get their way back in.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to just chuck the lockdown though, and majority of these players playing on the site have to start filtering out of the site. The footsteps can surely be heard by Mindfreak. Scrawl's wondering, do I go for the peek here? But Nawson's going to be the one to break the door.
Look
You
at
do
that.
have the beautiful nano swarm into the corner there that
Nawson.
just kills Kaseki straight off the bat. That's just great utility usage from Nawson. Hold on though.
Oh, holding it down. Second fake, but he's given enough time. Aaron might have just won this, Mitch. Maybe not though. Scrawl's got just enough time, but how greasy was that from Nawson? I didn't even realize the lineup as well. So he sat inside short and thrown that the old nano swarm into Wine, forcing him back with a lockdown. That's perfect.
Yeah, we've seen that for a while on this map where the Killjoy, that's like a pretty standard position to chuck the lockdown down and in combination with the nano swarm into Wine. Been a thing for a little while here. So good to see Nawson just utilizing the utility of the Killjoy to its fullest. And this was the nightmare scenario for Auglis. You're looking at a half bite here, foregoing some utility, foregoing a couple of these rifles. Got a couple light armors as well. Let's see what they can get done.
So Auglis needing the 4 consecutive to bring their way to an overtime. Mindfreak, you know, I guess they had a slow start. It's probably the way to go about it. Nothing bad, but no real shines of brilliance either that make me go, okay, you know, these guys are still number 2. But, you know, I guess many a change. But Ferg, he's been doing pretty well, I go to admit. You know, it definitely hasn't been like a, you know, well, this guy's going to take him up to the level that, you know, Lakers had them. But I've got such a, you know, soft spot for Ferg and his, how he can still, you know, happily put himself in a duelist role after all these years through different FPS titles. What was it, like 1.6 French pro scene or something like that all the years back?
He won a 1.6 major in like 2000 and hold on, I got it in my notes. I'll have to go dig that out. But it was like between 2005 and 7. I can't remember exactly. I think it was one of those later years.
Yeah, definitely one of the people that you look at. It's like what a painted career he's had, and many coaching runs at big events in Counter-Strike. But now we see a hold. Pex, 2, not quite the 3rd. Aaron be able to trade that out. Now looking to get his way back in. Site will be secured. So once again, Mindfreak at the advantage and Auglis really fighting from behind.
Absolutely. See if they're able to complete this retake. Still do have the Hunter's Fury. Here's the dud in from Scrawl though. Trying to find some of those players. There's that Hunter's Fury coming in. Scrawl actually getting a shock dart kill on Aaron. So absolutely beautiful placement from the man. As Mindfreak now a 4-on-2 advantage, looking to close the map.
1 versus 4, and unfortunately Cream can't quite get it done. So Mindfreak, no real surprises, I guess, but I'm pretty happy that Auglis did show a fair few good signs, but it will be the 13-8 victory as soon as this spike defusal does come down. And yeah, great opener from Mindfreak, I guess we can say here.
Yeah, I don't know why I said 1.6 major. I mean top 4 at a 1.6 major.
There you go.
But
Still
that's
good,
pretty
man.
good.
Like, that's
I mean, that's
incredible.
crazy.
Yeah, there's not
like
many people that can
imagine
say that.
an Oz player being like top 4 at a like top tier event. That's absolutely insane. Anyway, though, I think this is a bit of a return to the norm from the last time these two teams played. Even with the stand-in, it's about a 13-8, 13-9 sort of scoreline victory for Mindfreak, similar to the last series that they played about 2.5 weeks ago. I think Auglis, you know, it's a difficult situation playing with the stand-in or not playing with your full strength roster can be quite difficult. I think end of the day, though, there needs to be a little bit something more in the tank if these guys are going to keep this series competitive, because the flashes of brilliance aren't going to be good enough to win you a map against Mindfreak.
Absolutely. We need to see consistency if these guys are going to be making it to that next stage. And in the interim, guys, we'll take a short break. We'll be moving back with map number 2, which will be Bind. Don't go anywhere.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and rolling with what will be map number 2 of day number 2. It's been a nice little start here. Mindfreak getting a nice little close there on Ascent 13-8. So starting off strong in this series. You know, they found their way into the lower bracket. I guess we could say, you know, somewhat expectedly, but still trying to feel out the new roster since the addition of Ferg.
Yeah, I think they did pretty much what I expected in terms of just playing against an underdog team. You know, they're just sticking to the fundamentals. They're not doing anything too crazy. They are trying to make August a little bit uncomfortable, especially on that defensive side. They were alternating between pushing extremities and taking control of key parts of the map, and they're just playing a little bit more on the passive side, which seemed to work quite well for them. But there wasn't anything like outstanding there that made me say like wow or anything like that. You know, for Mindfreak, I think it's a similar sort of story where I do expect them to beat a team like August like every day of the week. And like I said, if they're not doing that, then I'm getting a little bit worried. But I'm not really seeing them play so well that I'm feeling confident when they move into the further stages of this bracket that they're going to be able to, you know, continue to do well for themselves. However, Ascent, good pick up there for Mindfreak and August. Now let's see what they've got. Obviously, they're playing with a stand-in and they're going onto their map picker blind. So really their best shot to actually give this a bit of a crack here.
Absolutely. And I think the stand-in's actually playing quite well too. You know, Kiseki's looking really nice on that Killjoy, and it's going to be another, you know, new fresh thing, I guess, on the other side. We're going to see a new map. We're going to see different agent competitions. Obviously, Bind is, you know, an interesting one. It's very heavily defensive sided, and, you know, it does sort of call for some different agents. You know, we're, I guess, less commonly seeing the Jet, you know, people sort of moving around more onto that Raze. We're likely going to be seeing the Sky again. So it should be a good one, I hope. And really, you know, this is the last chance for August. You know, obviously they won't be moving through if they aren't successful here, but there is always close qualifier number 2. You know, that's the thing about these, the structure that we've got, the 3 different stages. There is 2 chance to entry into obviously the upper stage of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. More and more opportunities. And I think a team like August so far, at least what we've seen over these last couple of competitions, is that they are good enough to qualify to this stage of the tournament. So give themselves plenty of opportunities to just keep that consistency going in terms of just making it to this stage. And then after, you know, it's like any team, you know, after getting enough licks from some of the big boys, then maybe you'll make some of those improvements that you need, iron out some of those mistakes, also get rid of the nerves of competing for some of these players who haven't been at the top either for a little while or at all. It's really, really important to just get those reps in terms of the competition so that you can play at your peak performance.
Yeah, well, that's it. You know, as obviously we've got our upper echelon teams. We've already seen, you know, Sonics move over to North America. They've been doing some good things. I think they took a map off Sentinels the other day, which is brilliant to see.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's happening. And even in other games, you know, we saw Renegades take a map off Na'Vi last night. Like, so many things are happening. So when players are given that opportunity, it is there for the taking. And that's why we need, you know, to see the grassroots and, you know, the tier 2 and tier 3 really thrive, because that is the, you know, the next professionals, you know, the next Ins, your next Dexter, you know, and obviously everyone, the next Crunchy, your next, you know, whoever we want to sort of talk about in the region, because those are the ones who ultimately will get that job. And as we say, you know, more people develop, there leaves further room. And I think that's what is really important about an event like this, that does sort of nurture that with those open and closed qualifiers to give the opportunity.
Yeah, and I think you need obviously a pretty healthy scene to keep the level of everybody up as well. Like we've got quite a quality pool of talent, but need to keep everybody competing so that, you know, it's not too easy of a run. Because when you have a bit of a dead scene, you know, one team ends up qualifying and they ended up not being so great of a team. And if you're from a minor region, you're going into these qualifiers, at the end of the day, you get the dumpster seeding, which means that you are probably playing Sentinels in the first round. And that's not a good experience when you've kind of been, you know, playing with your feet on the desk back at home and then, you know, rolling against Sentinels. And
a rude awakening. Oh,
just
man.
get domed.
How many times have we seen it, you know, in different titles? It's always been funny. But again, look, I guess there has been proof that at least, you know, we do have the capacity when we do get the opportunity, and it's nurtured to take time. So, you know, I'm stoked with all these orgs that are supporting the region and you know, the TOs that are running events. We've had so many as of late that there's been some really damn good Valorant over the time.
On that topic as well, I mean, whoever owns Mindfreak now, the guy who owns Mindfreak now is... you know, a bit of an awesome bloke. Yeah,
pretty
absolutely
good guy.
love to see him. Yeah.
So I'm sure he's watching right now, you know, checking out the talent that he's just acquired, and I don't blame him.
He's got to be so sick of me at this point. He's just watching me cast his players in so many different titles.
StarCraft,
like,
Counter-Strike, buddy.
Get this guy off the TV.
Yeah.
Over it.
Well, back on the TV, we'll be both of us once more into your ears. Of course, we've got Crashman alongside us, bringing on the obs as usual, the elite of the scene, and also everyone over into that LPL studio as well. Big shouts to the boys as we do move in to Bind between Mindfreak and Orgless, and it starts off early with that orb control, as you were sort of praising Mindfreak on in the previous map.
Look at this comp from Mindfreak, though. This is interesting. Single duelists on Pex, no Sky. They're preferring the Breach, and they're going to be running Viper as well as Brimstone. So
both Chad agents, Breach and Brim.
Your favorite. You're a fan of some solid facial hair, Mitch. As far as I've understood it. So
the jawline.
Let's see. Yeah, the jawline. You know, the pecs, both in the server and also on the chest. Either way, though, after a bit of a default, bit of map control, Mindfreak going to be heading over towards this B site. Going to be trying to go for a bit of a split. You do have the Cypher set up as well as the Sova there, playing the retake. Looking for some picks through the smoke. And actually, the dart being used early, so that's going to minimize the opportunity for this Sova to spam some of these kills through the smoke from Fenix. And forget about it. He's not going to have an opportunity. He's just going to get domed through the smoke.
Look how quickly they've done basically everything, right? Sure, 4 members of Orgless were over towards that A site, but how quickly they were able to take it and clear everything inside Hookah and just move in with full confidence. You know, there was no shying away in any way, shape, or form. Kiseki will look to gather some information, but now it's going to be trying to funnel their way out of the CT area, and they're looking so hesitant, Mitch.
Yeah, starting to come through elbow. There's a nice little crossfire though. Hookah, elbow. You got Pex on the side. Man isn't even getting taken out of the equation. He's just going to start jump shotting people with the classic, and that's it. Mindfreak, they just shut Orgless out of that round. They never even had a chance, and not a good start to your map pick. And you talk about how fast things were happening. I mean, that is the beauty of the Brimstone at the end of the day. Man's just on his iPad, going to click away at some of the smokes. They come down instantly, and all of a sudden, the boys are executing on the site before you can even react.
And he's sitting in that post plant watching Netflix or something whilst the rest of the boys do the bit.
Molotov, I mean, he's such a Chad. He's got massive biceps. He's got his Molotov cannon in one hand and the iPad just balanced in the other hand. Just, okay, Molly, yep.
What's the copy pasta? I saw him wearing adult diapers somewhere because he couldn't control his power. There's what. And Ferg as well, starting it off. So yeah, look, very versatile in the agent selections now. You know, Ferg playing the Raze in the previous, Watt off the smokes entirely. And they're just absolutely charging in. And yeah, there we go.
Oh, the Viper?
Oh, sorry. No, wait. I was thinking, who was I thinking?
I don't know what you were thinking.
It's what? No, Norson's on Viper. Watt's on Breach.
On Viper.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Yeah. Hey, don't make me question my stupid brain.
No. It makes sense though, because what has the Chad beard in real life?
He does. Yes, exactly.
So
and Ferg
he's
also
going to be put on the Chad beard. What is that knife, by the way?
Oh,
I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's one of the early ones, but the animation's glitched, so it looks like a butter knife. Hey, bro, can you get me some toast, Chief?
That looks like the peeler that my nan used to use.
Yeah. Oh, what, to peel the cheese? To peel the cheese, like
the cheese.
There's like a cheese grater peeler thing. Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, here's the execute though. You do have Pex just double satcheling straight in towards U-Haul. He's going to get in there with the Spectre, get into the thick of it. He doesn't stop. Maybe should have had a bit of pause for thought because he gets punished for his excitability. Now this 5-on-4 retake, trying to deal with the bonus here for Orgless. Let's see how they go.
Moving on out. The smoke will go down from Ferg, and he is actually able to aggress into it as well. Watt now sitting directly on the side, but look at this flank from Norson. Onto the other side. Nameless will be able to at least pick up one. Xenix, though, on the flank. Same with Kiseki. Norson, though, nice and sharp. That's on for 3. Almost. It's actually just the 2 for now, but now he might be able to find another, and he's all the way in there. May as well be playing Breach, because that was a very, very Chad swing, as he does close out the round for Mindfreak. And also, I need to give a shout. It's always nice to have the memes from the producer coming in. The butter knife, as we see right there. Are we talking like $4 butter for the $8 bread as well?
Cultured butter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The stuff that you can't even, you have to keep it in the fridge because, yeah.
Before I forget as well, because it does look like the peeler that my nan used. It is actually my nan's birthday today, so happy birthday, Nan.
Big shout. I bet she's watching.
I'm sure she's definitely watching, you know. Because last time we talked about the internet, she was like, do you have the Telstras? Something like that. And I was like, no, Nan, I don't use Telstra. I don't need the coverage out in the country like you. Anyway.
My nana and grandpa, they've just come back from Canberra seeing our cousins, and now they're in lockdown, and they struggle to deal with each other the best of times. So I called them the other day. I was like, "How you going?" "Oh, we haven't killed each other yet, so we're doing all right." Day 3 of 14.
hasn't been a homicide, so
yeah, that's it.
Right.
The house is tidy.
Nice. Well, Mindfreak keeping things pretty tidy as well. It's a slow default, exactly how you'd want to see an anti-eco being run. And now at about 50 seconds, grouping up, hitting the site that's a little bit easier to navigate the anti-eco through. But this is a nice little crossfire for Augless. We'll see if that Viper Wall does come up and give him some problems here.
Fault line going in. And force Xenix off the line. Does actually tag him up as well. So now they should look to get a bit of a boogie on. 3 members to deny. Cream's actually going to be able to find that opening shot. The bait shells get good work. He does actually manage to reset them with that second frag, but unfortunately gets caught with his pants down, and he will be taken out. So Scrawl and the final member as well, Ferg, actually going to be able to get the orbital strike in as well. Xenix missing a couple of shots. The molly to go onto the other side, but now he chooses to settle and tries to get the sky smokes. But look at his flank from Kaseki.
Oh, Ferg, he's able to get one through the box, but he's getting pinched here. Both of the players just walking up. Xenix, nice couple of sheriff shots from him, couple nice sheriff shots from Cream, and you can call it a round, you know?
Thanks.
You have Augless winning their half buy, so that's really going to help out their economy. They're going to get that Sova rolling as well.
They sacrificed.
And nice little thrifty round. You did have a couple of ults being used by Mindfreak as well, so
yeah,
no Hellfire left over for Ferg. I actually can't look at that anymore. I can't look at that.
It's so funny, bro. Oh, it's like, you know, when you like rock up to a restaurant, there's like 3 different knives or something like that for all the different types you'll be using.
You're showing your privilege again. You're showing your privilege again, dude.
Damn it! I just can't stop.
What are you, knives? They don't have knives at Macca's. What are you talking about?
I just eat with my hands, even in those restaurants.
I have caveman, ooga booga.
Assert dominance.
All right, well, that's what Mindfreak are doing right now, actually. A 4-1 setup. Norson, he's being the little goblin on the other side of the map, while the rest of the boys just straight into hookah, no care in the world. Just contesting that map control, getting themselves rolling. Jones straight through long. Ooh, that's a beautiful little read from Xenix, but oh, that's a nice adjustment, actually. Finding Scrawl going back there. In the meanwhile, Mindfreak getting themselves onto the site, trying to get this post plant rolling, and Norson, being a cheeky man as he always is, he's deep on the flank here, and he's going to catch Cream as well.
Yeah, very well done from Norson, and now with that spike being planted, can drop another Sky Smoke. Guiding Light does come out, gathers a bit of information. Some good damage has been dealt as well, but that is going to be the Rolling Thunder to head on out. Now what? We'll be able to line him up. Very clean on that spray transfer. All left on to Kaseki. A little bit shaky from Ferg, but he will be able to close it. And now that's another round for Mindfreak. So I guess they're sort of showing to Augless, you know, we're only going to let you have one, and then we're going to shut you out straight away into the next.
That's a bit rude. Let's see if that does end up happening, though. These half buys have been scary for Augless, so let's see if they're going to get work done with them. Almost a little better on the Sheriffs and the Guardians and stuff than they are on the Rifles at this point. See if that does end up continuing.
I think he saw one off the cabbages as well for old mate Aaron, so maybe they'll be able to pull that forward shortly. But yeah, this time trying to take extra showers control, and happy to also let the Sova walk down long. So that's much more information that's gathered, and they can happily leave 4 here on the 8.
So many players rolling up short here. It's a little one-dimensional for Mindfreak, but they just want to group up. They don't want to deal with any of these, you know, cheeky players in positions, get caught off guard. They just want that trade potential. So far, so good. They're dealing with a lot of these players that are swinging, and they're going to clean it up. A couple of players getting a little bit on the low side, but at the end of the day, doesn't really matter. You get all that HP back next round, and keeping your gun is the main thing. Talking about ults, though. Not many invested there from Augless. They're going to hold on to those into the next round, so That is a scary looking ult economy from those lads. Same thing for Mindfreak though. Ferg actually multi-fragging up a Storm, almost has another Hellfire available. It feels like only a couple of rounds ago where the man was utilizing that on the U-Haul position.
Yeah, no, look, I just have always had an appreciation for Ferg in the server, you know, like losing players like that, it just kind of feels, it like hurts, you know, like someone who's been such a strong part of the scene for so long. But regardless, you know, he's going to be bringing in some good things for the side of Mindfreak. Definitely, you know, whilst they do have their own experience, it can never hurt to have more. Looking to take control of Hookah once more. Already have established it quite strongly, but August with 3 members locked down and the double up towards long here as well, just outside the octagon. Cream up high, Aaron looking to swing in low, but this is going to be quite hard to overwhelm for Mindfreak.
We'll see. Just comes down to whether these positions are checked. If there's the drone in, then they're going to be in a world of hurt, because this is kind of a setup that you're relying on the initial contact being taken. Never mind, that's actually a bit of a interesting pathing from Pex. Just blows himself up in the air. Essentially, is just a sitting duck there, and Aftershock actually kills Aaron pretty much for free. In the meanwhile, though, TP's coming out. They're going to start to readjust, but Nameless in the corner has the world on his shoulders. A bit of support from the Cypher, though, of Kaseki, who traps the cage up for him.
We're going to head out now. The Viper Spin has been utilized as well. That's going to force Nameless in and catch him off immediately as well. Scroll does get spotted out. Kiseki's able to use that. Now also the Neural Theft to go out. It's going to be spotted onto the other side here as my cat almost breaks my webcam. But now it's just basically the complete afterplan. This is going to be so hard and fearful to get in, but unfortunately the Showstopper can't quite fight anything. And yeah, Kaseki, no, that's a Cream almost done on the Snake Bite.
Yeah. Almost got down there. Really tough retake here for August. You can see they're decaying. They're all down to like 1 HP, and this is where the spam is just so good. You do have the Hellfire coming in there as well. Easy as you like for Mindfreak. You love to see it. You do need to get bonked though, Mitch. You're not allowed to break the 4th wall here on broadcast, dude. You got it. You literally just ruined the immersion. I'm actually so mad at you right now. I was getting into that round, and then you transported me out of it.
I've been casting so much lately that I've just started now casting my real life. What's like kind of happening in the process
you need a new challenge. We need you to cast 2 games at once, mate. Well, I mean, I come from like a card game background and like a bit of WoW Arena and stuff like that. We need you to multi-box Valorant casts at this point, you know?
Yeah.
When one game is not enough to stimulate the brain.
That's it. We'll just play both, sort of in between the mid rounds, like a team fight tactics in between rounds. But Peck's moving on in. Not looking for any other team fights as he does choose to fall away. That was pretty tight there. Almost lining up for Cream, but just as quickly as the round sort of feels like it started, it's all left on to the final member of Kaseki, and he'll be taken down as well. So Mindfreak, yeah, they are just absolutely rolling over August at this point in time and showing us a much more convincing sort of nature. And I guess it's really around that comp, right? Like, imagine dealing against this comp in like matchmaking or something. It would be so tilting, just so hard to play against on a defending position, but they're not even having to defend, just defend it. No, sorry, playing it on an attack, right? They're trying to defend against it right now, and it's even punishing them left, right, and center. And yeah, the next half is going to be absolutely no exceptions.
Yeah, I mean, the way I would describe Mindfreak's style is like both teams sweating. Mindfreak are sweating in terms of like the comp that they're running, and the other team's sweating for having to play against it. Oh, that's a nice start though. That sets up Ferg for success. Entry Brimstone. It's an interesting one. I think we're getting to the point for Mindfreak where they just don't care about things that make sense. They are kind of dominating August, and they're trying to continue that trend going forward. But some of these August players starting to step up a little bit, starting to win a couple of duels. Norton up against the world here though. 1 on 3. Can't get it done. Too many targets, and Mindfreak finally punished for their blistering pace. Needed to happen at some point. You have to force the other team to respect you. Otherwise, they're just going to start Wing like you're seeing Mindfreak doing.
Beautiful. But yeah, a couple of whiffs. I guess well sort of reacted by August accordingly. And now, yeah, I guess we really need to see them win the next 3. It's going to be a tough one to come back from on the other side as well, especially as we do know, you know, there is going to be many a Gracie setups, I'm sure, especially coming out from that Viper, trying to lock down the site. It'll be interesting to see where she does choose to go. Old mate Norson on that one. But now looking to clear into Hookah once more, checking the spots.
Yeah, it's like the entry Brimstone.
Yeah.
From Ferg. The head is like constantly taking first contact. And it kind of makes me cringe a little bit that like you could potentially lose all of your smokes in one foul swoop.
Now straight on in. Rolling Thunder has been engaged early on, just a shock dart from Xenix, but Norson's already all the way in. Looking to force the narrative as well. And, you know, the smoke and the molly pushing them off immediately. Another sky smoke to come out. And they're just going to try lock this down as best as possible. This is going to be such a hard re-entrance from Auglis. No ultimate available either on either. So do they even go for this? It's going to be such a hard decision to make. 4 versus 5.
They're looking to go for it. There is the guiding light out. They're going to force their way out of CT. And there actually isn't much of a crossfire here. Mindfreak very much playing for a bit more of a delayed retake. Pex is getting so much work done for the flank. And I'd say that's going to be the nail in the coffin as you start to see Mindfreak peeking out Octagon, peeking out Hookah, peeking out everywhere. Too many angles for Auglis to deal with. And we end up at an 8-2 scoreline. I think Auglis very much running out of time here on Bind. None of these boys stepping up as much as we saw on the first map, and you're seeing a little bit of that lack of cohesion creeping in, a little bit of the, you know, I don't know. I guess the way I'll describe it is they're not really stopping Mindfreak from doing anything. You know, against this kind of comp that Mindfreak are running, you need to get in their face. You need to start to kill some of these key agents that have a lot of this valuable utility and make their life more difficult. And it feels like Mindfreak's just running dry run executes round after round after round, and Auglis can't do anything.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, changing up their pace in where they're prodding and, yeah, making it really, really challenging. But I guess, you know, for me, I'm liking this, what we're seeing for Mindfreak. You know, if we came into this game today and Auglis really sort of slapped them around or took it to 3 maps, we'd go, all right, starting to feel a bit worried for Mindfreak. You know, will they even make it through this section of the closed qualifier? But this is a much more convincing result. You know, if they win this one, they'll be obviously slotting themselves into the next stage of the lower bracket and seeing who they'll be versing against next after we do see the, you know, upper bracket matches go in tomorrow. But now 5 versus 5, spike to be planted. The guiding light used by Aaron. We'll get some info, but Pex, he's not having any of that.
Yep, able to deal with that. Ready for that Sky to push out. Spike's been down for a while, and these rotates really taking a long time. You can see Norson got this TP already locked down. The rest of the boys retaking through CT and Heaven. Nice trade there. Actually, a good kill for Kaseki. Pull some of these rotators towards short.
Gonna hold it now. Pex inside U-Haul position. We'll be able to take down one. Spots out Nameless, and it should be easy, but no. Cream's got something to say about it, but again, you know, it's that post-plant sort of setup right now. Ferg utilizing the molly, and he's going to dive straight on in as well. So unfortunately for Cream, nothing else to be done, and we move on into the last round of the half. Mindfreak's so far ahead, but there was a save in the previous, so that means we should be seeing another cheeky little purchase come in for Auglis. And last-ditch effort. Again, really sort of need this round. Otherwise, Mindfreak will start to roll them over.
Problem is they're like losing the ult economy at this point. Like they've got, what, Cypher and Cabbage's ults, and then they got one of the Hunter's Fury. But in the meanwhile, Mindfreak, they got Showstopper, Hunter's Fury, and Hellfire. It's like nightmare scenario, really. If Mindfreak get into a post-plant, you're going to be in a rough state of affairs, that's for sure.
All right, now here's those ultimates. Going to really make it tough there. Ferg dropping 2 with the orbital strike, and now the flashpoints to come out as well. Aaron will be able to use the cabbages immediately and does find one, but when you got a wild Pex sort of rubbing in your face, it can get a little bit scary. And now Xenix, unfortunately, has missed the shots of the Hunter's Fury there. Onto the other side, Ferg. Not going to take that extra control. Already hungry for the additional frags. Molly to go into the spot. What's going to take him? Unfortunately for poor Xenix, it's all on him. 1 versus 4. And yeah, look, Mindfreak, they've had a very dominant half, and I think they should be happy with this attacking side of Bind.
Absolutely. Just rolling straight through their opponent. This is the kind of energy and momentum that I want to see them bring in against some of these other opponents, though. Like, if they go up against a wild card, they go up against a Peace or a team like that. I want to see them play with this same sort of momentum, same sort of fire. You know, the boys all fragging across the board. Everyone's trusting the process. There's no hesitation. There's no indecision. It's when Mindfreak are at their best. The strats are all working. Everyone's hitting their shots. Feels oppressive. Feels unbeatable.
You know, for sure. And I think that's exactly the perfect way of explaining it, right? Like, if we can see this form against everyone else and, you know, not really shying away. Like, I think that happens in Oceania quite some time. You know, like you step up against a team that's a Titan, like an Order, or, you know, even formerly Mindfreak, Wildcard, Bliss, Peace, whoever you want to call it. And all of a sudden you can kind of just get a bit freaked out by the whole matter. You need to walk in there and be like, we're better, boys, even if you might not be.
Alrighty. Bit of map control here for Auglis. Taking bathrooms, grabbing the orb. Trailblazer into hookah, confirms there's no one over there. All the bathrooms contests going the way of Mindfreak, just a double swing. Not a care in the world, and that's going to put caution in that part of the map for Auglis, but they're itching for more. They're going to start walking back towards A after losing that bathroom control. And you see there's just complete reposition from Mindfreak. Now they're playing towards U-Haul and Sight.
Similar to Ascent, right? You know, this pistol, not really sure what they kind of want to do, playing very hesitant, wandering around. That's a good shot from Aaron. Straight through the old toxic screen. Now they walk into the showers. Will they find anything extra? Just on the other side. Quite happy to sit in that corner in the little cubby tucked on in. Now they'll try and find something, but Watt's getting real aggressive here on the swing. And that, oh my God, what?
30 seconds
That's just mean.
2 out of 3 on 2. August trying to get this plant down, but Pex is just absolutely harassing them. Ferg swinging around the site as well. They're going to try and go for that TP. They are going to make it across towards that B side of the map, but here's the shock dart. Is it going to connect here for Scrawl? Because that could be the end of the round.
Ooh, no, not quite. Now, just the last 2 members. Good shot from Aaron. 1v1 in the end. So certainly a much better response from Auglis. However, it is going to be Scrawl, keeping his composure, tapping away. So, Mindfreak, pick up 11, pick up the pistol round, and I think this could very well be almost the game. You know, they're going to likely find the next. Auglis, definitely their approach into the next couple of rounds. Wonder how they'll be.
They're going to go for the force. I mean, can't really blame them at this point. They don't want to be playing for OT. They want to try to turn this game around, break that economy nice and early on before the loss post really builds up for either one of these teams, but kind of feels a little bit too far gone at this point. So, unfortunate.
I guess, look, well done, though, from Auglis, you know, to get here. I think it's still really cool to see, you know, as we said, for me personally, first time casting. I think same for you. First time casting these guys, and you know, well done to them for getting into this position. It's definitely tough to overcome all the teams in the open qualifiers, and you know, it's even tougher to look down the barrel of a Mindfreak and try and take it through. And there was some good showings on Ascent, but yeah, Bind is just real scary. Mindfreak, you know, have always been solid at this map.
Absolutely. Oh, this hookah contest going the way of Pex with the charge, TP from Norson as well. That's just going to leave Auglis, unfortunately, in the wrong position. Other side of the map.
Quick.
What? Oh, is this a multi-frag from the man? The TP behind, he gets a lot of damage done, but that's where Scroll comes in from behind, and he just has the whole thing locked down. Beautiful use of the TPs. Mindfreak just staying completely on top of everything, and they're going to get themselves match point on the board.
There it is. Going to be obviously forcing in again. Do or die. So, I don't know. I guess I could just sort of use this to just show that I'm happy with how Mindfreak have settled in. I really like this composition. It's, you know, real evidence of showing how people have approached this new, I guess, new meta with all the changes and everything like that. It's been super interesting, you know, playing and adapting to all the changes and understanding how each agent has been sort of nerfed or buffed accordingly, because it does feel like a kind of overall game nerf to a degree in a lot of elements, but then, you know, little gentle buffs here and there as well. So, you know, Mindfreak have clearly eased into that as they always kind of do. You know, they're certainly a team that welcomes change and development and agent selection changes, and I'm really liking seeing what different agents each respective player is picking up.
Yep, definitely a lot of brains on this team, so if anyone's going to be able to figure out something that works, you'd be backing Mindfreak to do it. All right, Auglis, last round here. Not a whole lot of map control to speak of. They're waiting for some aggression out of Mindfreak. They're going to start jumping their way up short A. Norson is keeping tabs on it. Ferg trying to contest bathrooms, but he just gets absolutely clotheslined. So that's a great start for Auglis. A nice entry. Going to start pulling across all of the rotations for Mindfreak here.
Scroll, the old collateral, oh yeah, on the way back in. Now into a 3-on-3, so Auglis still a pretty decent chance. But now they've had to rotate over. Oh, no. Pex, he's waiting. And look at the hesitancy. The different call. I guess Nameless is called that he's got some control, and it might be a little bit of an overstep on information. They're going to be running up short, and guess who's there? It's Scroll. Information on the recon dart. He is going to be... No, actually not moving into U-Haul either, so a lot of information should be gathered here. It's going to be clean up for Scroll. There's 2. And he's on for the ace as well. Will they give it to him? That's the question. Scroll looking to swing around, and he gets out the ghost, and he will be able to find it. That is a very, very happy way to close out the map. And the GG's in the chat. It's all coming out. And as I said, yeah, look, well done to Mindfreak. I guess they got to be happy with that one here. But at the same merit, well done from Auglis. Again, it's always an impressive opportunity to get into here and really show what you guys mean and what business. And all I can say is that even though we're seeing them go away in this leg of the competition, we can hope to welcome back into the next one.
Yeah, hopefully they can make it through that open qualifier again. You know, a couple of the players showing some interesting stuff. Hopefully they can bring their full roster next time and actually give one of these better teams a bit of a crack. So, because particularly that second map didn't really felt like anything was cooking for them. But good showing from Mindfreak. Keen to see them continue to move through this bracket. And another kind of similar, underdog game that we do have coming up next. You do have Wildcard and Villains, which is a similar kind of storyline that you would paint to this one. So I'm eager to see what that will bring us.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we'll break down that a little bit more. But as you mentioned, some, minor changes for Wildcard and obviously seeing, Villains back in a bit of a new position. But we actually do have a cheeky little interview popping on in as well. So we'll be able to jump into that one in a second. Still seeing how this is actually going to work. I think we've got a webcam as well, do we, boys? Fantastic. All right. The man himself.
What's going on, lads?
Here he is, Fergie Ferg. How you doing, brother?
I was a bit reluctant with the webcam. I haven't had a haircut in a few months, so
Mate, you've got that working from home look. I've been rocking it like for the last basically 2 weeks as well, doing the exact same thing, and I had to put like my normal clothes on again today, and I was like, man, I don't want to take my Ugg boots off, bro.
Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, look, man, we'll keep this relatively brief. I wanted to say, that was a huge buy-in from you guys. It was really convincing. I like the new agent composition. For you personally, how's it felt slotting back in? You had a bit of a hiatus, but now you're back, baby.
Yeah, look, it's been great coming back, but it's definitely I've understood that I'm lagging fairly far behind at the moment individually. So there's a lot of work for me to do in an individual capacity, but as a team, it's been really good. Really positive group of players who clearly have some really good talent and are very capable at playing at the highest level. So there's nothing really for them to have to improve on except for us as a team. But for me, I think it's definitely a big there's a big ask, and I have to sort of I have to respond to the call. So I just need to put in a lot more time, and naturally that will happen as more and more days go by as I'm sort of grinding the hours.
Yeah, I mean, I had 2 questions. So the first of one being just how this all kind of came about, because when I was looking at Mindfreak, they were slotting in Calth before, and I was expecting, honestly, like you were kind of like the last person that I was expecting to join the lineup. I thought that they would try and, go for like some crack duelist player or, some younger kind of player in the scene. You've seen a couple of shuffles around with some of those players going every which way in different teams. But when you came in, I was, I'm always excited to see you play. But how did it end up happening?
I think they were more inclined to go for someone that was sort of like an in-game leader.
Okay.
And obviously I'm very comfortable with the role. It's not something that I deter from or feel like it's over capacity by any means. So for me, it was pretty straightforward in that respect. The roles and trying to understand who should play what and which player's better at duelist and who's, what I mean? That is definitely the biggest sort of question mark for us as we keep learning about each other and playing together. But I mean, there is a meta that exists at the moment where duelists are sort of getting a little bit funneled out per se.
Yep.
And I guess that kind of suits us because, if you look at the lineup, besides Pete, pretty much everyone else has played more of a supportive role. And, you know, I obviously played the Raze main for First Strike, but that was also a bit of an exception where we had another comp of players that were primarily support players and not so much the duelist run in first type. So for me to slot in and sort of assimilate everyone else's role is obviously a little bit tricky. But like I said, the great thing about these guys is they're all very diversified in their agents. Obviously, you don't get to see it as much when you're watching the matches and you go back in their match history, and you probably won't see too many duelist picks on people like Norson and things like that. But he is definitely very capable, and he plays a lot of duelists in ranked. And I know Kenny's also very capable, or what. You know, I think Scrawl's also very capable at playing any agent. It's just we're trying to make the best match, I suppose.
That's what I kind of was thinking about as well. Like watching like Liquid and Fnatic recently, for example. Like they're playing Breeze, and that like one of them didn't even have a single duelist on their comp, or they're playing like one duelist. So that's what I was kind of expecting from you guys. The second question is just about like, what do you think your expectations are, and what's like the path to progression? Because I feel like the second spot in OS is like wide open for someone to go overseas. So what do you think is like your path to try to make sure that you get that spot?
Well, obviously, from an internal perspective, we've got a lot of work to do. I think we've clocked about a month together, but it just takes so much trial and error. It's sort of part of the game to really find out where we are and what we need to improve on. But honestly, day by day, it's been getting better. I know the game last night was a little bit tragic. We lost a lot of important rounds and couldn't win a pistol. It felt like we hadn't won a pistol in about 7 officials. So we finally won a pistol on bind, and then the scoreline sort of cemented itself. And I think that's kind of, you know, it just goes to show like that they're areas that we need to work on. They're really important parts of the game. You know, if you can rack up 4 free rounds out of that, then it's 4 out of the 13 that makes a pretty big difference. So yeah, look, in terms of expectations, we're obviously gunning for that number 1, number 2 spot. I don't think anything's cemented in terms of number 2 at the moment. I do think Wildcard's obviously the serious contender, and I think Peace are obviously very competitive and also very good, so they're not to be discounted. So I think there's obviously a lot of competition between probably the 2nd to 5th, 6th place at the moment, and it's a little bit up in the air. So, but yeah, we're obviously aiming for that top 2.
Fantastic. Well, look, great bunch of boys with you, Ferg, and obviously an even better IGL. So thanks for coming on, mate. It's a pleasure to have you back, and have a great night with the boys.
Good to be back. Thank you.
There we go. We've heard from the man, the myth, the legend, another fellow Perth gamer as well, and always great to poke Ferg's brain. He's got, you know, what we've spoken about, Mitch, a world of experience, and it's fantastic to have someone like him. You know, it's interesting as well to see like a team with already so much experience gain more experience as well. So, yeah, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the elder statesmen of the scene. You know, I'd expect him to have more wrinkles on his face, but I think he's got the majority of the wrinkles on his brain at this point, because he's just, you know, big brain RGL. And I'm eager to see how this Mindfreak this Mindfreak team develops, because it's a bit of an interesting mix of players. So I'm eager to see what kind of a play style they actually end up adopting once they get a little bit more comfortable.
Absolutely, and even them saying, you know, about how they might try some different roles, you know, maybe see Norson on that duelist or something like that. But we'll leave that for another time, guys, as we are going to take a short break, and we'll be moving back in with Villains versus Wildcard, our second best of 3 of the evening, in not too long. We'll see you guys very soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back up. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Back
get it.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with what will be our second best of three of the evening. This time it will be Villains coming in against Wildcard. My name's Conky. This is Pilsky. Mitch. Pretty short and sweet in the last one.
Yeah, especially the second map. I mean, I can't say that I'm super surprised about the result. You know, it's kind of what I was expecting out of that series, particularly with the context that your boys over there at August were playing with a stand-in before. However, this next matchup, I mean, I think it's pretty much the same storyline, I would imagine, is what I'm expecting from it. But I'm keen to be proven wrong. You know, I'm looking at this Villains lineup and looking at the matches that they've been playing recently, and there is like a crazy level of activity, which I'd love to see from our upcoming team. You know, they're playing officials in, officials out. They're playing in all the tournaments they can. So they've been on the grind, man, and I'm eager to see what they've come up with.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a team that's hustling is always something that we love to see. But let's check out the bracket for anyone who was just joining us for the first time tonight. Of course, yesterday we did have our 4 best of ones, as is per usual in these close qualifiers, and relatively business as usual. Yet I guess we would sort of be a little bit surprised about, straight out of the zoo taking that one in peace, obviously over Mindfreak. We spoke to Ferg, who was a little bit disappointed with last night's result and still trying to feel out the roster at this point in time. But, they were showing good signs in that last map. So this time we get to see the other team that sort of slots into that, other end of the bracket that's kind of unexpected, which is Wildcard and taking on Villains. So, it's an interesting one looking at that sort of lower bracket run today and obviously seeing, one more team that's going home. And then tomorrow will be the upper bracket, which will have Order and Peace and straight out of the zoo versus Team Blitz.
Yeah, I'm eager to see how this all does sort of break down. Wildcard in particular, I want to see how they play with their new roster. Obviously, they lost, basically the crown jewel in Ninham, who went over towards Direwolves, which was an interesting move, not one that I was expecting too much. So I'm eager to see what Signed is going to be bringing to the table coming into the team and how they shuffle around some of these roles, because obviously they've lost their main duelist, Jet player. So, I'm keen to see who's actually going to be changing into that duelist role, if anyone, and who's going to be making room for the team, making some concessions in terms of playing their more preferred role.
Yeah, and Ninham was very much, the wow factor, I guess. He was a super entertaining player to watch, and he's given a couple of Reddit highlights. I do remember what was that one on Icebox, the quad headshot feed or something with the Marshall and Icebox that we got to see, and he's done some crazy stuff. So I'm sure he'll be, looking really good over in Direwolves. He's a great team. I think he's really good friends with them as well, so that sort of works out that, that roster might roll away in that way. But interesting, I guess, as similar to what Mindfreak was, is understanding what agents we're going to be seeing come out of Wildcard. So let's introduce the teams for anyone who is unaware. Of course, we will be diving in first into, I believe, will be the Villains. Yes, it will. A few familiar faces, that have been around for a little bit. Pocket, Marsh, Suave, Myth, and Prophet. And looks like, we got a couple of RMIT students in here as well, donning those awesome jerseys. But Pocket, he's been a player I've been keeping my eye on. I believe he had sort of a, Counter-Strike background. He's looking to pick up the Phoenix and sort of flexing around the duelist, and the rest have also been quite impressive as well. I really liked watching Suave. He was typically picking up the Astra, who's been fantastic sort of in that role. Myth, similar sort of thing, looking him on the Sova. Haven't seen much from Prophet, so interested to see what this roster is going to bring forward to us. Basically the old Tyrant roster.
Yeah, I think going back through the last couple of games that we've seen from this roster, Prophet seems to be either on the Jet. He also had a game on the Viper. So, whether he's going to be a duelist mainstay or whether he's going to be a bit more of the flex while Pocket goes between, Phoenix and whatever else, Rays, etc. It's an interesting dynamic to see who actually concedes, whether, you do have your Jet mainstay player or whether you do have someone else sort of shifting around and making a little bit of room. It seems like a good lineup. They've definitely kind of been grinding along. Like I said, a lot of activity from these lads, but maybe not necessarily hitting that level where they're, able to convincingly beat or even just be able to upset the likes of, for example, like Nebula or maybe like a straight out the zoo. Teams like this where you feel like they're starting to push into the upper echelons. So if they're not able to beat teams of that caliber, I think they really have their work cut out for them with Wildcard here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be tough. So interested to see how they will fare. But, familiar faces across the board here. Wildcard, the newest addition, obviously being signed, but we know all the rest. Swirl, Noz, RDW, Infrequent. And yeah, that's the thing. Interested now to see who will be sort of moving on into more that duelist. We know Swirl and Infrequent definitely have the capacity between them to take it up. We saw Infrequent sort of more on the Sova as of late. RDW typically playing around your Sentinels, sort of, picks up the Cypher, loves the Viper. Noz has been the IGL, and it's funny that he's actually sort of slotted in to that roster as very much a stand-in for Wizard for a little while, but now he's taken on that full role, a lot of time on the Astra, but signed fresh out of order. He was on that roster and he was picking up the Sova more so, and we'd see him bring out the Breach and everything. So I'm keen to see whether or not the chains will be taken off Swirl and he'll be diving on in, or whether the wildcard environment isn't exactly what it needs to be at this point in time, because they won obviously some big events recently, and they've been doing some great things, but I need to see them structurally sound and consistent going forward.
Yeah, I think the issue being they lost their most consistent player and their standout player in Ninem, and that's a lot of firepower that's going to be leaving the roster. Now looking at the roles, it's a bit of a mess at the moment. Going back through their last 3 games, you're seeing Infrequent mostly on the smokes or a Sage. You're seeing RDW, he's either Viper or Sentinels, and when he's on the Viper, Noz is actually the other one who's on flexing towards the Sentinel and who's on the Breach. And Signed, obviously, we know him as the Sova mainstay. So really the approach from Wildcard at the moment seems to be one duelist, Swirl, and the rest of the boys, playing whatever agents the team needs, and they're going for a bit more of this sort of team-based comp, comparable to that of a Mind Freak, and that we are seeing in some of this EU meta. But we'll see if that does end up being the approach that Wildcard do want to go for moving forward.
Absolutely. So let's check out, obviously, our head-to-head now, moving into that one and understanding a little bit more. So yeah, the usual, Pocket and Swirl, typically, those guys who we're going to be seeing on a bit more of the flashy plays, the duelists, pulling out some cool things. And I'm sort of the guy that's been watching Swirl for a little while now, and he definitely seems he's yet to be uncaged, right? He's, super young. I think he's only either 16 or 17, and he's got this crazy erratic aim style, very high sense, and, he streams a lot. We get to see the hand cam and everything come out, and has so much potential in this player. And I guess Pocket, similar light, he's one of the, he's part of the underdog team, but he's been putting in some great numbers, some good stats here, and obviously, as you mentioned, putting in so much time to all these different officials as they start to climb the chain. They've made their way into this first closed qualifier, which is the harder one. You've got to verse your orders, your wildcards, your Mind Freaks, and Bliss, now Peace, and straight out of the zoo. So excited to see how everyone fares moving forward.
Yeah, I think as we highlighted in the last matchup, especially these teams that are running the one duelist, that's the player that you have your eye on. As for someone like Pocket, he's going to be playing a similar role, which is why we matched them up side by side. But for Villains, I don't really feel like there's any individual standout player. It seems to be a bit of a performance by committee for them. Just to touch on Swirl, though, because Wildcard is obviously a team that a lot of people have their eye on, and they've even been able to upset Order in these last couple of VOTs. I'm a little bit worried for them because Nidham was such a consistent and impactful player for the squad, and Swirl is able to hit that ceiling, if not even a higher ceiling, but I'm not sure that he has the consistency that that Nidham had in that roster, and that's something that we're yet to see from him. So he's definitely got big shoes to fill in terms of the fragging department, because I know that he can do it. It's just a question of whether he can do it game in, game out.
Correct. And also having that mentality, right? The duelists, obviously, it's so important for them to create that space and basically, ape together strong, just throw yourself into the mix and let your team follow on. So we have to see that obviously come out from him, depending on the agent that he does select throughout these maps. But look, it makes for an exciting storyline. It makes for an exciting series that we've got ahead. Again, very similar to what we saw earlier in that lower bracket, where you see a team that's typically up there in that rank 2 or 3 early on, dropping into the lower bracket. So here's the maps, and I guess it's kind of similar to what we saw, except we're going to be having Haven just swapped out for Bind, but it does look like, Wildcard not really keen on playing Breeze as of yet.
Yeah, I think it's something that they're going to have to look to slowly incorporate into their map pool. You don't especially heading towards the most impactful tournament of the year, you do not want to be that team that doesn't have this map in your map pool and going into a best of 5 final, like a qualification final, or potentially going into a series and having to respect ban it and playing the rest of the map pool puts you at a bit of a disadvantage. So you need to start to see some of these teams adapting it rather than banning it. Maybe it's not a question of wildcard not necessarily adopting the map, but rather it's not. You don't want that question mark factor up against an underdog. You just want to play the maps that you've got the most prac on, and you should be able to take it away. As for the boys on villains, I think having Icebox picked against them fares reasonably well for them, because I'm looking back through their last couple of games, and it's one that they like to play and have got a fair few reps on, and they've even taken 11 rounds off a piece. So,
wow.
you
There
know,
you go.
maybe that would be a good one that they're going to be quite happy that Wildcard have picked that against them. However, it's going to be a rough state of affairs no matter which map you're putting them on against Wildcard, because this is a team that, it's full of quality players, potentially the second best in the region. So this, in my opinion, is a bridge too far for villains. If they take a map, I think they're exceeding expectations, but we'll see if they can hit a new level for these boys, because this is what they're grinding for, man. They've been, like I said, they've been so active. They've been playing nonstop. They've been playing all these tournaments. This is the reason that you play. You want to have a crack at the big boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm thinking sort of more on the Icebox side as well. That's such a good map for Wildcard too. But yeah, look, I'm one of those guys that always will be happy to be proven wrong, right? Like, I love a good underdog story. It always makes me excited to see, the next pros in our region and how they, start to fare out. And that's the thing, you can never let a game against a big team really shy you away. You should use it as motivation. It's like, we get to verse them this time, we might get 5 rounds. Next time, let's get 7. Let's, keep on stepping up as time goes on. But now, look, obviously very excited to see how this villains roster will fare, and what agent selections come in, more so for Wildcard. I think that's really where I'm going to be the most interested as we load into the server.
Yeah, they've really been focusing on that singular duelist kind of play style. I'm eager to see if that does change, because like you did mention before, in frequent summer that we have seen on the duelists in the past, going back to like some of the earliest iterations of this core of players, which is like not even really the same roster at all as when we started. I think in frequency, only surviving member, going back to like when they had like Pixel and some of those boys
wow.
back quite a while ago. So, it definitely is a very, very strong, group of players. I think, you've got RDW, who's been kind of the standout for me. He's been the most consistent player up there with Ninham, who is no longer on the roster. So I'm looking for him to put the work in. But like I said, I want to see if Infrequent still has that tendency to potentially flex into a duelist and then start to put frags on the board, because it seemed like he was quite comfortable falling back into that Sova role, which is now, those shoes are very much filled by Signed, who might be, the best Sova in the region. So you've got to be quite happy receiving that bloke onto your roster. And then as well, like even that straight out of the zoo, loss that they just suffered, which was, when was that? Literally yesterday.
Yeah, last night.
Yeah, he's not really he's like the only one on a duelist, and he's not really having too much impact. He's like bottom of the scoreboard for the squad, so not really something that you want to be seeing from Swell. He needs to be up there, like putting in the frags that Ninham was putting in my opinion. That like for them to like hit the same heights of beating Order. Even if he doesn't do that, I think the team's still good enough to potentially be the favourites to take that second qualification spot overseas anyway. But you want to see Wildcard at their best, and Swell's a big win condition that, I mean, everyone could see it. The man's absolutely insane. Like, he just needs that potential to be unlocked.
Yeah, and I think it's trying to find his role too. It was like I always sort of picture it back to someone like Crunchy, right? Like, I felt like he wasn't good until he started playing your Omen. Like, he was always trying to, roll around with the different duelists, and it kind of treats you like you play a different way. All of a sudden, in Valorant, like any player can shoot, right? Any agent still can get frags, still can make different things, and it's all depends on how your kit sort of makes you play. And that's the thing, right? Even in some of those supportive roles, you can still have so much impact as a rifler or anything. You don't have to be on a duelist just because you're the sharpest player in the server. So it'll be interesting to see where Swell does slot in overall in that regard, and I'm excited for him. But I think we can use this time right now just just for an update, by the way, guys, everyone who is already sort of aware in the chat, unfortunately, casters cannot start the game. We are not Dog Ryan, but there is some technical difficulties. So we'll be getting into that one shortly. But I was going to think to use this time to sort of explain or discuss all the recent changes that have been going on, because right now, like, the only team that I'm convinced on that's still going to remain at that upper echelon right now is Order, because obviously they've dropped out Signed and he's moved to Wildcard. And on the back of that, they've picked up Maple in the time being, who it's just like more firepower. You know, it's like, how do we go better? Like, just get better players, sharper players. And because you've already got the experience and consistency from the other four, like, what's an extra duelist going to do? You know, chuck him in there. Why not?
Yeah, it's almost kind of like the Renegades approach, like in Counter-Strike, where it's like, I don't really want to play against this guy, so let's pick him up.
Yeah, we'll add Alistair. He's pretty good.
yeah. It's like, does he fit our roster? Nah, but like,
we'll make it happen.
As long as the other team doesn't have him, then we should be sweet, right?
And hey, look, it's paid off. Put him on the primary AWP, and all of a sudden he's doing pretty well. But now, guys, we are finally moving into the game. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you all for holding out, and appreciate everyone here. We got Haven, Mitch.
Yeah, you just started podcast mode and you've been cut off. So
I know,
unfortunate.
rude. How dare they start the game in this commentating session?
Someone did finally find the button at the end of the day. Now you go. Wildcard on the attacking side of Haven. You do have an interesting lineup of agents from these lads. And like I said, Infrequent does seem to be the main man onto that smokes role. You've got Swirl on the single duelist. RDW, always great on the Sentinel role, one of the best in the region. Does seem like it's going to be a C push, a full retake here, but Suave, unfortunately, gets caught with his pants down. Swirl just blistering pace into the site there.
Great flash as well, allowing that frag to come on in. Now, dark cover over towards the garage, looking to make his way out quickly. Good shot from Myth, but Swell, he's already found another, and those paint shots are going to do so much damage. Swell really left to his own devices, though. Infrequent is there to support. Dives inside the Cypher cage, trying to dance around a little bit here, but now Swell not able to find and connect with the frag. This is happening so much. A lot of carnage on the site, and Prophet actually using the wall to try get up on the site. I like the decision, but Infrequent's going to take him down, and a 3K to close it. That round was very challenging to cast, Mitch.
That round was very yes. But it does go the way of Wildcard. Yeah, always thank you. A lot of gratitude. Just casting the Valorants and the OS scene.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm always just happy to be here, to be honest, you know. Look at this force though from Villains. Cheeky boys. Gonna try to give this one a bit of a crack.
Yes.
Eager to see what kind of a setup these lads are running. Does seem like, again, they want to go for this retake C. They're leaning a little bit heavier towards A. The breach as well. A lot of teams adopting the breach. Noz has sort of shifted, like I said, from that smokes role, was on the Astra before, onto the breach. So you're seeing the chain reaction of bringing Signed into your roster, because you just can't have the man not on the Sova.
It's definitely been nice to see how he's fared over there. And, yeah, look.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's really interesting
go.
that you have the Spectre shoot that boombot. I would have liked to see him whip out the classic, to be honest.
Pretend there's no force. Not give away the info. And there's the info now, but Pocket, he's in a good spot. Gravity Well will allow some extra control, and now Infrequent Noz both finding the trade. So there's all the information gathered. It is going to be a quick rotate in. RDW looking to spot out that mid-member, and that should hold them back. Shock that up from Signed, and they're not actually convinced to head over towards this site, nor is the rotate from Villains either, as they're still going to leave a member in Myth over towards C.
Yeah, he's got that cam in the corner of the P site, so just keeping tabs on what's going on. Trip is still up on the flank, though, so Wildcard just going to allow a little bit of time to be burned off the clock. Going to start to walk back in towards A here. Villains, obviously the Sova does have some pretty decent utility for that retake. You do have that dart, I'd imagine, that's back online. Does he have some shock darts? Does seem like he's getting them ready here, and he's going to double shock the site. The volley looked like it was going to land straight on RDW, but he does avoid that one decently. 10 seconds on the clock, though. The retake coming in.
Jesus, this is getting a little bit dicey right now. They will have the plant spotted in, but I don't think he's in. Uh-oh. That cannot be happening, Wildcard. That was, yeah. I tried to get a little bit aggressive, and I'm wondering what the comms were happening just then.
I just assumed that they were planting. Like, I just assumed they would be getting that spike down, and then they just didn't plant. I mean, I guess the volley did, like, delay them a little bit longer, but I thought they would just stick it after that. Yeah. I mean, you just need to be able to hold down those angles. Communication got to be on point. You just got to stick it at some point, you know. It's getting way too dicey there. Either way, though.
Let's see now.
You could call it a mistake from Wildcard. You could call it a good play. Either way, they're going to buy up themselves, try to force buy. It is a 1-4 setup. RDW towards Garage. The rest of the boys just contacting straight up C image.
Pulling them in.
Rolling on in. Paint shells towards the back of the site, but that's a great use of the gravity well. Is going to hold them back hard, and it's going to be Suave finding that opening pick. Infrequent, good for the trade, but they've already gathered so much information. Fault line will head down. Looks like we are trying to get nice and close up towards this garage position. Profit on that Sage, just onto the other side. Information gathered over towards side, and that's a great round here from Profit. Now Noel's all in a 1 versus 3, but Myth's going to roll on in. So this is a great reactive response from Villains. The force by paying off, and then that should very well send them into recession. Old wildcard, as I do think they were fully forced into that position. Might have to take an eco now, but at least they had the spike down.
My God, I didn't realize I was in my economics classroom. We got a recession.
Well, it's the Royal Commission. It's all happening.
The Royal Commission.
It's come out to reset the economy.
Just print more money, mate. Just print more money. Oh, God.
I wonder what I'd do with a small loan of $1 million.
Small loan?
Yeah.
Start an esports team, I reckon, Conk. I would back you to do that, to be honest. You'd probably put it into esports. You'd probably just spend it all on some of the boys. You'd probably put on an event. I know that's what you'd do.
I probably would, to be honest, yeah.
All right, well, like you mentioned, bit of a recession, couple sheriffs poking around. For some reason, we have enough money in the public budget for 5 sheriffs. So no one's going to be committing any crimes.
No yeehaws to come out today. Hoping for a whore yee instead. A little bit of information so far. Pocket can capitalize on that one. Nicely done onto the Cypher. Now cruising up, just locking it down here. Profit, they do want to break the trip, but okay. That was pretty quick. Nicely done from Suave, but Infrequent to deny the 4K. He's actually got to get a full blind up on that Paranoia as well, but Pocket, he spotted him out. Not going to be too hard there. Well done from Infrequent. Good shot to take Profit as well. So some damage has been expended, but Villains, they've had a pretty clean stabilization here in the last couple of rounds. At least able to set their economy positively forward.
Oh, it's a great start. You love to see it. They lost Pistol. The force spike goes great for them. And now they're cruising along. Bunny's looking fantastic. Got a couple ults to work with as well. Eager to see the orb control from these lads over towards A for that Phoenix. Infrequent, though, on the operator. So a bit of a throwback to see the man on the zoom cannon. And obviously that is a bit of a hole in the wildcard skill set with the departure of Nidham.
I'm a big fan of the Omen operator, and I don't know how it's going to go, but that's absolutely fine. Pocket, he knows where to go, straight down long, but unfortunately the run it back won't be able to gather a whole lot in this situation. Myth forced off the line inside garage, but just a little tag. Camera, did he? Oh, it's his
teammate's camera, yeah.
That's classic Swirl, just so you know, shifty on his aim, so snappy.
Yeah, just a reaction before the think.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. That's what it takes to be a good duelist. Like, no think. It's like the Nico thing, right? You know, he's obviously still insane at the game, but when they put him onto an IGL, it's all of a sudden it's like, now he thinks. So he like tries to consider his decisions instead of go click, go shoot.
Well, we'll see who's going to click a little bit harder in this round. Wildcard. Taking their time moving through the map. We're going to think about contesting C long, but after seeing a Sage that was that close, as well as a Sova behind, they feel like they want to head towards A. There is a couple of trips. There is the camera over there. But with this rolling thunder through, they're going to be quite happy with the fact that they've pretty confidently cleared out the site. Couple of smokes down, and now they're going to get themselves into a post-plant. Retake coming in here for Villains. They got 2 on the flank.
Ooh. Tried to jump over as well, but unfortunately the trip won't be taken. Suave does get caught up, so Infrequent's going to get straight back onto that line. Great Hot hands over the top from Pocket. Nice lineup. We'll be able to utilize the curveball as well. Somehow, still alive. Myth has done well here. So is Suave, but all of a sudden now, there's the res. It's a 1 versus 3, and Infrequent is going to be taken down by Prophet. What a retake to come out from the villains, Mitch.
That was beautiful. This is a team that's put some prep in. Oh my god, is the axe small as well? That is smaller than usual.
Wait.
I'm so done.
Wait. What cooking utensil is this now? Like a little spatula?
I think so. Like,
gonna
that's
flip
the
some
worst
eggs.
spatula in the world, though. That retake though, it's worth discussion. I mean, the hot hands
for
to
sure.
the corner, the dart over the top. Swell can't shoot the dart because he's on fire, and not in the good way. Oh man, you love to see it from villains. They're playing an excellent game of Valorant today, and their economy's thanking them for it.
Absolutely. It's so nice to see. You know, these are the little pleasures that we get as casters, and you know, obviously putting so many hours in and listening to so many different things and witnessing all the changes of rosters, and when it's like new names popping up, and I'm not going to say any of these villains guys are out of nowhere, but now we've got a Sage operator out from Prophet, be able to connect that opening shot. So even despite the fact that it is just a Sheriff buy right now, he's even put the barrier wall down as well. Now Prophet on the line, but Swell taking that duel very sharp as always. Now the dark cover to block off one of the sides. Going to be a little bit of extra utility as well to come down, but that is from Suave, so looking to still try and keep him out of this B site for now.
Yeah, a couple of forward positions though for villains that, if isolated, could be finding themselves in a difficult position. That is cheeky from Pocket. Hides from the dart position, not revealed. The Boombot not going to see him either. He's got the best timing ever with all the wildcard walking. He doesn't get incentivized to push yet. This is a nice little setup between the Sova as well as the
30 seconds
Astra
left.
in the back of C site though. Playing for that player on plat. This could work beautifully between Suave and Myth here.
Yeah, great read. So now they've got the utility, but there's already 2 members here to deny. Now the information, but Swell does have the showstopper out. That's going to be one to be denied. Myth now on the site. He's a little bit shaky, but unfortunately for Wildcard, not stirred, as he will be able to lock down at least
10
one
seconds
shot.
left.
But now it's a 3 versus 2. They do get the plant with just 10 seconds, but Marsh, he's going to dive straight out into this situation on that Cypher. And now Pocket, given his position earlier in the round, Mitch, he's going to be able to start to walk up. Infrequent does look to be poised and ready for the position. Now they're just waiting for the play. Looks like Ia is going to be able to join him as well, but Infrequent, oh my god, completely blinded, but able to lock down the spray transfer.
He's playing a hell of a game. What is he, like 12 and 4 now?
Man, he's like 25 or something, bro. What are you on about?
25. There you go, but no boomer aim from the man. Yeah,
Hey, 12, there you go. Well done. That's
My
sharp.
maths is on point.
Yeah.
On point.
Going back to that economics class.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Statistics.
Statistics.
Hit
I
me
just
with it.
finished statistics this semester, dude. Feels good.
Is that the one that you got done on, or was that a good result?
Nah, that was a good result.
Beautiful.
Didn't get done.
Nice.
All right. Well, wild card. I mean, that's a half play. That's going to take a big chunk out of the villains' economy. You love to see it. Gives them a potential window back into this half, which actually wasn't going too fantastic for them.
So back in a window, a little bit of mid-round mid-control. So we'll start to spot out in just a second. Wall's going to be destroyed. So it does open a gate to the B site, but for the time being, you know, not really happy to over-rotate. Swirl might try and spot some extra position. Does destroy the owl drone. And nobody close as well. A little warning satchel just for good measure, but that drone should find plenty of information. So that A ramp or the A push that they've been trying to do has been spotted out. But now Myth unleashing the Hunter's Fury, nothing spotted. And the round will settle for another couple of seconds here.
It is the TP onto A when they saw that Cypher pushed up. Both of the players pushed up. They're happy to TP in there, or at least Infrequent is the rest of the team, though. Walking straight through Gary. It's just the Omen that's got this whole rotation pulled across the map, creating so much space for the rest of Wildcard to just take this C site for free here, Mitch.
Yeah, bolting immediately on, but that's a great shot from RDW to deny Suave. So no, a much better round from Wildcard here, and immediately looking to lock it down. But okay, Myth's caught off Infrequent here. So this could be a potential. They're sending 3 members down long. Only happy to leave RDW up towards the site. Does have the neural theft available if he's able to pop it, but for now he's just going to put up the camera, and they're all going to sit back for this post plant. But look at Pocket. He's looking to get his way in.
Yeah, there's a trip there though, so he's got his work cut out for him. At least villains are able to get boots on the ground into the site rather. Try to start to tap that spike. Flash does come out. That's beautiful from Pocket. What a bloody timing from the man, but still got to get this spike diffused, and you got Science still alive here.
He's trying to lock it down. He's done well to put away the ultimate, but it doesn't look like it's enough for them. But Mitch, another retake from Villains where the odds were very much stacked up against them. It was a 5 versus 4. They had the entry onto Suave, but then they can turn it around in that fashion. Pocket sees the trip, uses the curveball to still find 2 frags, and then they just march on down long, no hesitation. This is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, you can't pick Haven and not be good at your retakes, because you're more than likely going to be starting on that defensive side, and they definitely have all their ducks in a row. So it's good to see from Villains having a great start here, but need to see the consistency from them, because we've got a couple of quiet boys on wildcards so far in this match who have yet to step up. And once they get rolling with full force, that's where I want to see Villains continue to put the work in terms of these rounds.
So another sort of mid-default, letting Swirl clear out. The garage has given away a lot of that Cypher information so far on the trip and the camp, but still just sort of holding back. This time the Sage much closer up towards A. They've really been liking taking this early control, and definitely we see Wildcard sort of switched onto it, but you know, a lot to overwhelm in this situation. You know, Pocket playing up close. Both of them got this beautiful crossfire as well. Should be easy, even the fact if Pocket does swing in. Yep, there we go. RDW down and another flash in. Should be another. Look at this, man. Even though it's an eco, even though it's you know, a round that we can sort of toss away to the trash can, Villains are still playing it wise.
Dude, that's where Villains are putting wildcard right now. They're up 6-2 on defensive side of Haven. That's a bloody good effort for an underdog team. Their money is fantastic. I'm starting to believe. It's way too early. It's way too early, but I'm starting to believe.
I'll support you in whatever endeavor you may have, Mitch, on this believing, because same bucket, same boat, right?
Dude,
love
my
an
dog's
underdog
even
story.
believing. I can hear my dog barking in the lounge room. She's impressed.
Very good. Love to see it. Little Maple. Darling.
Yeah.
Mine's just staring at me going, why is Dad so loud? I don't know, buddy. One day we'll find out.
I literally was like, I think I had like voice activation on, and I was like, Maple, shh, when I was trying to play Valorant. Someone's like, you named your dog after Maple, the player? I'm like, oh my God.
Yes, big fan of the Perth Jet prodigy. There's so much that I had to name my dog after her.
Totally.
Very good. Oh, cheeky timeout. And I guess needed on the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, they're having a bit of issues here. Like I said, a couple of the boys not really showing up too much just yet. In fact, the majority of the boys, it's basically just infrequent, putting the team on his back right now. And that's not a wild card that is a contender, that's for sure. So definitely a lot more in the tank for these lads. As for Villains, though, you gotta like hats off to them. Already they're in a fantastic position. They're up 6-2. They've probably got 2 more buys left in them. The ult economy is looking pretty fantastic. They could just keep picking up rounds here. I wouldn't even be too surprised.
No, absolutely. And you know, it's just so nice to see that they're giving sort of measured respect, but at the exact same time, they're also playing it smart no matter what the round is. They've clearly done their practice. They're clearly, you know, done their demo review. And yeah, Wildcard just really struggling. And that's what I was concerned about, you know, obviously losing Ninham, but even, you know, hearing the rumblings about maybe the team's, you know, stability of the mental game hasn't been the best. And they've just sort of carried themselves along with a really solid foundation. And that's potentially where they could fall apart. You know, it could potentially be that dive from the top if they don't continue on.
Dude, Villains is playing so good right now. They've completely shifted. They've left retake A. They tried to pressure mid. The utility came in, and that was the drone was picked off by the B site anchor, who is usually the player aggressive towards A, and then they pushed down C. They are playing reactively so well on this defensive side. It's absolutely beautiful to watch. They have got a really good handle on how to play this Haven defensive side.
Yeah, it gives me hope for the next couple of maps. You know, as you said, Icebox up next. Should be an interesting result from them, especially if they do carry through into this first map. Wildcard definitely needs to be feeling a bit scratchy, but now Swirl pops his way up on towards that site. Will destroy the tripwire as well. So we should
30
see a spike
seconds
plant in just a second. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake, but look at
Spike
Sign's
plant.
position. Prophet definitely aware of the prospect as to where he may be and getting up close. Infrequent, has he been spotted? That hot hands is available for Pocket as well on this retake.
Yeah, he's going to be able to flush out that close cubby position, but Infrequent could go massive. He wasn't going to be checked it, but there you get Myth nicely swinging around. A couple trades into the site. Cosmic Divide goes across the backside for the defense on the retake. So looking to try to get this spike diffused now, but there's the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, and look at this position as well. Suave was so late on the flank, but with the wall down, potentially they can look to get onto it. But Sign, he's been taken down as well. Now Marsh, all on Noz in a 1-versus-1. Suave, they half-ticked on this diffuser, but he has to get moving. And oh my god, that's woken me up. What a flick from Noz. It's okay to close out the rounds.
I'm not even sure that was intentional, to be honest.
Nah.
It was like half moving, like fade away. Those are the kind of kills that you get if you're a Phantom user. Like, it's why I use the gun, even coming from CS, where, like, I really much prefer the AK in every single way in that game. But, like, it's just filthy, you know? I'm a boomer who can't aim, you know? Like, I'm getting old, and, I just use the Phantom. It's easy. You get given participation medal kills just for, like, just for pressing mouse one. It's like, good job.
You came 36th in this competition, but we want to give you a ribbon anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that's my life, dude. That can't wait too deep. Oh.
Come on, mate. You make up with it with the brains for sure.
Yep. All one of them that I have. All right. Well.
Wait, you don't have 2 brains?
No.
Come on, man.
I have 1 kidney though, but we'll get into that another time. As
Okay.
Villains 5-on-4. Okay. Now I have more information. You do have this retake set up from the Cypher. Couple little cages in the site. No trips to be able to catch any of these boys coming in. Just that one that's getting hopped over and long. So he's not going to be able to spam through on this retake and find any kills for himself. But he is aware that this push is coming in for wildcard. Here's the little shocky lineup here from Myth. Just the 2 single left
Pop on,
clicks.
yeah,
And
there it
that's
is.
beautiful. The gravity well as well, just securing it. And now they're going to kick off the retake. This is beautiful from Villains.
Marsh straight out of heaven. That was nutty right now. Infrequent will be able to at least collect 1, but locked out of the site. They didn't even get the spike planted. That was... Oh, man, you've got to be hurting if you wildcard. That's just definitely a big old, like... on to the next round.
Dude, I love when they spray that cat spray on the corner and it like stretches the
chonky cat.
face. Yeah, the chonk cat, and it just stretches its face across. That actually kills me inside.
Oh.
Beautiful. Oh my god, what a half from Villains. I'm so impressed. Yeah, absolutely love to see it from these lads. Like, dude, I'm going back through their results. I'm bringing up, their game against Bliss. I'm bringing up their game against Nebula. I'm bringing up their game against Peace. They have not been this competitive in these last couple of series. This is Villains hitting their peak form right now, and I'm here for it, dude.
Haven, one of those maps where it really is just about taking so much control and, forcing your way up as a defender. But a little bit of an overstep here. I mean, it's not going to be too abysmal if old mate Prophet can live on, but he's got up on top of the wall. Nice one from RDW, and now they could start this dance. Neural Theft comes out, information gathered. Now they can poise 4-versus-3.
Yeah, a couple of boys tapping their toes over towards A, couple towards C. RDW just trying to sell this fake here, chopping the cage. But really, this push onto A is where it's at. Swirl sitting behind the trip, waiting for his time to strike. Cam has come up, though, here for the Cypher.
Flashpoint out, trying to gather the info, but Marsh will be tagged up, at least enough to sort of force him away for this point in time. Frequent. Now looking to get that spike planted. This time, though, the Sova won't be up close enough to get those shock darts down. Marsh will be spotted out from heaven. Looking to pop the cam down as well. Just trying to sort of, faking him out for a while. RDW and Swell will be pulled into the site, but they're not quick enough just yet. Noz just watching for that recon bolt. That's going to be a good one from Suave, but oh my god. RDW taking matters into his own hands. I think tripling his kills in one round.
Yeah, easy for RDW. You love to see it. Those are the rounds that the man's capable of. Just reading the rotations beautifully, multi-fragging up a storm. It's exactly what you want from your Sentinel player. And Wildcard, after a very rough game, are looking to potentially make it a 7-5. And I was gloating about Villains. I was happy with their performance. But like losing against an eco and potentially losing a 5th round here might be starting to let this game slip a little bit against an opponent who can definitely punish it for it. But that is a great opener from Pocket.
Yeah, and that's, I guess you sort of already made comment on it, is that Swell hasn't really had a whole lot of impact, and it's been on the others to carry it forward right now as he does leap to his death. But this time, it does get traded, and Infrequent, he's taking matters into his own hands, diving up into heaven with the teleport. And now Suave all on his lonesome. Great shot onto Noz there, and now he does slot his way back, but looks to repress the narrative. Paranoia to come out from heaven, though, and Infrequent still. Shrouded step onto the site. Man has done millions in this round.
Yep, doing a great job. Second time he's TP'd heaven with a great success rate. First time pulling the full rotation across the sea. That time just chucking in a multi-frag. Finally gets put in his place by Suave, who was given that one a go. But too many targets to be taking out. And Wildcard, like I said, they're going to get that 5th round. And yes, they are moving over onto the defense. And yes, 7 rounds on defense it's a great start to Haven, don't get me wrong, but it's Wildcard, dude. And this is Wildcard playing like their C game right now. So there's a crap ton more left in the tank. And Villains need to be able to continue this level of performance and maybe even, you know, up it a little bit if they want to try to close this map or this series tonight.
Well, that's the thing, right? You know, a team that has members like your Infrequents, like your Signed, like your RDW, really everyone on the roster individually can pop off whenever needed. Even if it's just like one member doing so, it can be very hard to overwhelm, even with a well-oiled machine that is Villains right now. So still hoping, still hopeful. I'm a believer. But much more pressure on the shoulders of Wildcard. Like, they need to go off in this half here.
You said you're a believer. Is it because you saw her face?
I'm a believer.
Oh, you're so cringe, dude.
Not a trace of doubt in that man. No, don't worry. I was actually I just couldn't get out of my head that Sangi in the chat has admitted to stealing your second kidney. Now he's got 3. So, big shout.
I think it must have been when he was asleep behind me when I was playing a qualifier that he snagged my kidney. I was too focused on my game. Either way, though.
Shanks your mid-official.
Mid-official, yeah. Would have been the first time. Either way, you got to get this little contest in towards sewers here, which is going the way of Wildcard, but there is a little bit more behind this for Villains. They are trying to go for C control. Unfortunately, they're out there at a 2-man deficit, and at that point, Wildcard's happy to just go, hey, man, you can take the site. It's fine. We're going to take all map control and get this retake ready.
Great shot there from Noz as well, holding it down, looking to tap away, fault line to isolate the space as well, but that Paranoia is big to come out. Pocket will be able to get away with one, but look at Swell positioning on the other side, makes it nice and easy. Good use of the satchels to leap up from the Rays, and Wildcard is straight back in there and looking much, much better on that retake now that they've moved on to that defending side.
Yeah, you forgot to mention the aim in the general vicinity of the opponent and press right click. That's also very good.
Yes, of course. Click on, use the classic that is a free gun, by the way.
Yeah, click anywhere. Dude, when I was actually tryharding this game, like in the ranked queues, I was hard abusing that. Like, I would just, anti-eco, I wouldn't even buy a gun. I would just right click with the classic.
Yeah. I think there's some clip of Swirl out there in an official on Reddit a little while back with the right click on this map on C site.
Was that you?
No, I didn't cast that one. No, that was someone in the chat will probably be able to make us aware of that one, but no, I missed out on that one.
Force buy again. These Villains guys, they got big balls. Let's see if it works out for them.
Straight out for RDW as well. Wants absolutely none of that. Wall up. So they should have a free entrance into the site, which is a good result from the Villains. But look, let's see. Villains had a couple of good retakes in the last half. Let's see how Wildcard go here.
Oh, this is cheeky. Wildcard just with a great understanding of knowing they need to clear out mid control. They need to make sure they don't get lurked on. But that's where the patience from the Cypher on Villains is being shown. He's starting to flank Garage. They need to buy time for this flank to come in.
Moving on quickly, and he's just narrowly missed the recon there as well on the other side. And RDW locking it down, able to pick up 3 there, and it's all onto Marsh here. Does break the trip, gives the information away. 1 versus 4, but he's blinded and signed straight in there. very, very clean and good result from Wildcard. You know, 3 members alive, denying the force of the villains and getting that full defusal to come out now as well. So tying it up and also simultaneously breaking the economy of the villains. They'll have to go for an eco here despite getting that spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, that's the double-edged sword of the force buy, is you can kind of be in a bit of a lackluster position now. And they're even buying in further, which is interesting because you don't want to see them foregoing any util in that first gun round. That would definitely not be ideal. I'm hoping that Villains isn't running out of steam though, because you can definitely see Wildcard. Very slow start to Haven, but they're really starting to get rolling a little bit now, and that is a worrying trend for the Villains.
So already moving down infrequent very early on. As that C long position, getting away with the frag on the pocket. Up close though, signed. Ooh, a little bit of a dink, but now infrequent. He's there to clean up on Isle Garage and looking for the 4K. Just got to give him the ace at this point. Kind, respectful. And there's the paranoia. Should gather the info, and that's an ace for infrequent. Calling it already. And but look, just an eco, just clean. Removing the scouts, removing the marshals. And now it'll be all business into this round here, where Villains have to get back on the board.
See it so much, dude. The amount of Twitter clips that I see of like anti-eco aces, and it's just like people in the comments like, wow, oh my god, that was sick. It's like, okay, dude. You're literally like the 14-year-old kid just pushing toddlers over in the playpen. That's what you're doing, essentially.
Well, it was like nobody understanding the difference between like pro mod clips versus like just COD 4 norms.
True.
It's
true.
like, I only got 3 kills. It's like, yeah, because it was against like pros in a highly, insanely competitive.
Dude, if you get a plus 20 in pro mod, you're actually a G. Yeah. Like if people would just be like, I mean, I can't think of a broadcast friendly word, but they would be very excited about a plus 15. And meanwhile, you got boys in like COD 4 norms that are like plus 100. Like, yeah, it's no big deal to me, kid. Either way,
we're running it back tonight at this point.
The bonus here. That's a nice little taken out of the troop with the drone there. The push through A main though is punishing Marsh, who was meant to be keeping an eye on it, but unfortunately he has taken a bit of a snooze at the wrong time and got caught with his pants down. So Villains will have to navigate a 4v5. They're going to go back for that A main control, but with 40 seconds on the clock, they I mean, essentially, if they try to take this part of the map, they're not going to have too many options open. I'm actually getting a little bit worried because they are very split up. There's only 30 seconds on the clock, and there doesn't really seem to be a strong sense of cohesion. Finally, now they're starting to group up with 25 seconds on the clock.
RDW should be able to at least lock something out. Does have that trip available as well and the cam, so he's going to gather all that information. Whether or not he tries to force the retake though early on, doesn't look like he will be. They're happy to try and spot out pocket here inside the garage, and infrequent. Look at that rotation. He might even be able to deny the plant here potentially. No, not quite. Myth's going to be ready for that one, but Signs will deny as well with Sue. Now Myth, 1 versus 4, will be able to pick up one, has to turn away. He gets blinded up, and this should be a nice and easy round on the retake. Well done from Wildcard. That looked pretty easy in the position. Villains, as you mentioned, looked very, I don't know, hesitant in the previous offense on the site.
Yeah, they lost that first pick and it was all kind of downhill from there. You know, they wanted to go back and take that A main control after losing it, but if it takes you like 25, 30 seconds, it ends up like not even really being worth it anymore at some point, you know, when you don't have any map control elsewhere. That's like, in those 4-on-5s, either you have to start cutting corners everywhere and go for individual plays, or you just have to group up as 4 and hit a site. Not really sure what is the best approach on Haven. I think maybe like, I almost feel like usually you'd be advised against going for individual pushes and plays, but I mean, this map has so many avenues for you to try to sneak through and find gaps in the defense. I almost feel like it wouldn't be too bad to just go have a crack somewhere when you find yourself down a man, you know?
Yeah, this map definitely puts hair on your chest in that regard. You know, you have to really go hard. You know, if you sort of just roll over and try to play a bit more of a passive route, especially on that defense, you can sometimes be in for a bit of a rude awakening.
Well, Gary control being attempted here for Villains. They're trying to get a bit of a C split rolling. Couple boys in position here. Swirl on point. He still has his nade available, but he doesn't seem interested in using it.
Turn away from the curveball at the right time as well, allowing him to find that frag onto Pocket. But Prophet does get a good trade. However, so does RDW, and that's actually going to send the villains immediately out of there. And they're going to go for this hard rotation towards A. They should just find the side in time, as the rest of Wildcard are happy to sit up over towards this C site. But they're in a good position to find a pretty solid retake as the Neural Theft is available as well.
Yep. There's a dart. Clearing out the site. They're going to be able to get this spike down, but I'm not sure how much more they're going to be able to get done. You do have that Hunter's Fury, though, so if Myth can hold down this flank and get himself into a post plant, then we're starting to talk business, maybe. Oh,
nice shot. That allows him a bit of extra space, and also the team, RDW, putting the foot down on the accelerator now, so will Noz and Infrequent onto the other side. Myth, can he find this shot? Catches him with his pants down, but unable to connect. Now moving out, has to reload. All three members sitting inside this dark cover. Noz, Infrequent, though, holding it down, and all three members try to strike out of that smoke, but they get punished for it. That's going to be a 10th round for Wildcard. Villains have found nothing in the last, 6 or 7 now?
yeah, that was definitely a round that could have been found. I think, you know, it sounds simple to say, but Bith just needed to take out RDW towards long there, and that round's done. Bit of a panic spray with the Sheriff, end of the day. Happens to the best of us. Could have been a bit of a swing round. Would have definitely put a bit of a dent in this wildcard economy, because look at it, man. Like, they're up 10-7. They got a sick economy behind them. It's going to be a real rough state of affairs for Villains if they don't get rolling in this gun round here. Good news is they got a lot of ults to play with, so if they're ever going to get a gun round done, this will be the one to do it.
Put down.
Oh, no.
Oh, what a peak.
That's
Just
to
looks
run
in
it
the
back
face
on
of
as
the
well.
owl as well. Yeah.
That's just a singular player. It's like, it's almost two players at that point. You have to invest the wall as well as the res in there, which, I mean, I guess it's good use of the orb. The problem is, like, that just buys so much time here. Like, we're essentially starting this round at 1 minute 13 for Villains without a wall. And without armor on the Phoenix.
One down.
More info. RDW's had a fantastic round here so far. 3 big frags. And unfortunately, that's going to be the run it back gone as well. So unable to utilize it at all. They do still have a couple of ultimates available. The old Cosmic Divide in the hands of Suave and Hunter's Fury, as you mentioned. But that's going to be utilized now as well. So trying to find something with just some blind spray and pray. 40 seconds, though, they've got enough time, and the Cosmic Divide now does be executed. So at least they're going to find the site. They're going to be able to do something here, but Signed does pop over those shock darts, and they're going to be silent as they head on in, but nothing is connected.
I like that Cosmic Divide. Bit of a diagonal. Doesn't allow them to sneak up out of Gary and get on top of you. It's an interesting one from Suave. See if Wildcard can get this retake rolling. They have that rolling Thunder, man. So if that goes down, these two players close to CT are almost certainly gone for.
So just waiting, ready to throw that Rolling Thunder in. They are nice and close, and that is going to be a good timed ultimate. And it's just that clean. Much, much better from Wildcard. Only losing the one member. But yeah, look, obviously RDW going big in the early parts of the round to gather extra control. They're really wandering away from his seaside home, finding plenty and putting Wildcard in a solid position. This is much more what we'd be expecting from them typically. And I guess it sort of shows that this, you know, taking control on that CT side, the defensive side, is playing into their hand. But Infrequent, 24 and 12, you know, so far ahead of the curve right now.
Yeah, on that carry home and performance. I think, look, Villains, they seemed in their element with one particular style, and they definitely started out hot into this map. But very quickly started to fall by the wayside. Wildcard started to get rolling themselves, you know, some of the boys stepping up. And it's been a very different game since. So you can sort of see this from some underdog teams from time to time, that they're good in a certain game state. They're good, you know, with a certain style. But apart from that, it's a little bit harder for them. It's a good start, though. Swirl goes down. Maybe Pocket can actually have a chance to use his ultimate this round.
Yeah, look, getting that early advantage onto Swell inside the hot hands. That's actually the second time so far in this map that we've seen Pocket get a great set of hot hands out, forcing a frag. But not really over-aggressing in any way, shape or form. Infrequent poised up towards short, sitting up on the top of the box. utilizing that shrouded step. But yeah, the rotation, I guess they're happy to sort of leave that for the time being. He actually does fall off his perch as well, sending a very deep dark cover, maybe trying to sell a bit of a fake, trying to gather some extra information. But yeah, Villains, by sitting and waiting, they've caused a big rotate away from Wildcard, and they should be able to get this A site for free.
Joke's over.
Well, they've definitely called the rotate correctly. Runner back going to be invested for safety. Bit of a money man situation for the man to just head in there. Doesn't see anyone from Wildcard anywhere near the vicinity, so this is going to make for a very easy setup for the post plan.
Rolling on in now. Wall's going to be destroyed, and there's the pace that does start to get picked up. Still, definitely a winnable prospect here for Wildcard, but great utility usage from this Sage. We'll be able to at least continue to deny time. Need to get the aftershock out. You'll use the fault line instead. It's going to catch Profit slightly, but now all this utility starts to be expended by Wildcard. So many members sitting up towards short. Good damage from Noz, but Suave is going to be the one to find the opener, and Pocket getting aggressive. He's found 3 here in Frequent in the 1 versus 4, 5 rather, but Profit will be able to deny any further fragging capacity, and Villains finally back on the board here.
I think that's the second time I've seen Villains, like, last half they did it a little bit where it's like a retake situation is happening. Oh, it was like when the attacking side was planting and from Wildcard, so like Wildcard were like planting and they just dived on them before they could get the plant down. That's what that round reminded me of. Like they had the post plant, they could have just played off of like the gravity wells and the shock darts and the hot hands and things like that. But instead of like playing the retake situation, waiting for something to happen, they're like, no, you're not gonna do the retake. Like we're not doing the retake today. Given as well that like you look at their comp, and it's not really the kind of comp that can play a post plant that well anyway. So I like their approach to it. You know, you don't have the Viper, Killjoy, Sova combination. You know, all of these agents that can just inevitably delay a spike from being planted or diffused. So I like the more aggressive approach to the post plant in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just cool to see so far this great recovery from Wildcard that they've managed to throw out. They're not really looking shaken despite the very, very strong opening from the Villains. I think were we like 7-1 or something very similar to that? No, maybe not quite that deep, but
7-2.
Regardless, 7-2. Yeah, Villains had such a good start.
Yeah,
Just trying to do the math. Yeah, 6-2. 6-2. There we go. 7-3. So still, regardless, you know, that's a really, really solid start.
I just feel like I want to one up you now with the numbers. 8-4. We'll call it 8-4.
Ah, yeah, 8-5.
8-5?
Oh,
10-2.
damn, bro.
Final offer. All right, you're pretty quick.
So, hey, don't you start trying to do deals with me, young man. I'll sell you the socks on your feet.
Really? I'm wearing odd socks, so that's going to be a hard sell. Anyway, do have Frequent on the operator. Is just locking down that A angle. Interesting that like Wildcard are still hard committing to that A angle with multiple players, even though Infrequent's like over there locking down the line, doesn't see a single thing. That indicates that they're quite confident that this is going to be an A site play, I guess. Reposition on the op is cheeky though. Just looking at Villains, you know, they've got that like top mid control, but like not really anything else happening with 50 seconds to go. Kind of wondering what the game plan is from the lads.
Yeah, still holding that line very firmly too, and having the support from Nuz as well. Going to be able to blind him out a little bit deeper with the Nebula, but no, straight back onto the line. Yeah, they are very much dancing with death right now. Unless they do shoulder it out or try and throw some sort of cross. The fault line is there as well. And how many is he going to get? The answer is none. We'll have to fall back. Fault line will give him some extra space. But now, with 20 seconds left, they've got to pick up the pace. And Infrequent, there's 2. Give him more at this point as well. He's already started to open up very early on. Swell's going to send the showstopper down. But Marsh does at least get a trade. So does Suave. But 11 seconds. Noz can just swing. They can continue to look to deny. And there we have it. Signed to Noz to close it. And Wildcard put themselves up at map point here, Mitch.
Yeah, it's been a great recovery. I mean, we were talking about it. 7-2, I think, was the number that we agreed on.
8-3.
Okay, 8-3.
I don't remember agreeing with you.
Okay, all right. So it was 7-3 was the number we agreed on. And since 7-3, we've gone what is that? 1 for 9.
Yep.
In the favor of Wildcard, which is pretty insane. Like, it's been a night and day game. This was the game I expected. So You know, call it what you want. Slow start for Wildcard, good start for Villains. It's a different game now. We're playing Wildcard's game of Valorant.
Indeed, we are. Chess versus checkers. There is a 1-for-1 trade. Oh. What's the... I'm going to have to think about it. Oh, Mahjong. Mahjong. That's right. That's my mate. My mate is obsessed with it and he won't stop.
Dude,
anyway.
my mum loves a bit of Mahjong on the computer. When I was a kid, she would be hogging the Mahjong when I was like, Mum, I just want to play some StarCraft. Can I have the computer time? And she's like, nope. I'm your parent. I decide if you get to use the computer or not.
It's Mahjong hours.
Just alpha mail me.
So yeah, this is the last ditch effort for the Villains right now, and Signed isn't going to be spotted. We'll break the dart there. And already quickly moving up on towards the site, but they can't overlook this position of Signed right now. Swirl very much focused on the information, and Signed is there to be able to pick up one. Will be traded out by Myth, so bringing it back to that 2 versus 2 now. And Frequent still with the operator in hand. Myth looking to take some extra control, but you know what that is? That's the spike, and that should very well be the game. Prophet does look to pick it up, and he's a little while away from the resurrection as well. So he's going to get that wall down, and they are going to pick up the pace. Going to find in this 1 versus 2. That's the aftershock as well. We'll force him off the line. He can look to reposition, but that's a great flash in from Noz. But Prophet, he's actually sunk his way back into this. However, the swing is out and the jig is up. That's going to be Infrequent, closing it with 2 frags in the round. And Wildcard walking away with a 13-8 victory on the map pick of Villains in Haven.
Not your day, is it?
Wow, what a turnaround. You know, 7-3, and then after the initial first 10 rounds, we end up going, what, 10-1? That's pretty insane. Like, that is a hell of a comeback from Wildcard. I think they just took a little bit longer to get rolling there, and a hell of a map for Infrequent, you have to say as well.
Yeah, I think he actually sat on 30 frags towards the end of the game, which, really shows, I guess, what he can sort of lean into. And I guess after Minim, taking the step away from the team, he gets to pick up the operator a little bit more. And interesting to see it on an Omen. It's not quite common that is always the case, but it works, man. And I'm definitely proud of the comeback that Wildcard had there, but also the good showing from Villains. And I think with some tweaks, they could definitely do a little bit more. But look, right around the corner, we're going to have Icebox, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after a short break.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Back
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You have just returned from a cheeky little break after a very one-sided comeback affair coming out from Wildcard. You know, a very dominant start from the villains in the end, but then Wildcard had all the ingredients to just slap it straight back. I'm Conky. This is Pilsky. Mitch, what do you reckon? What are your thoughts going into Icebox?
I mean, I don't know. It's a really good map for Wildcard. It's kind of like their home map for quite a while now. So I'd imagine that it's going to be tough for villains, especially because I feel like we're way past the slow start at this point, and there's still so much more in the tank for Wildcard, who I feel like only really Infrequent and RDW turned up to that game. Like 2 out of 5 of their players seemed like it was good enough to win. At least talking about peak performance. One thing I will say about villains, though, is they did play a game about a week ago against Peace, and they got 11 rounds on Icebox. So maybe there is something in the tank on Icebox, and they can make a bit of a game of it. But, after how those last 10, 11 rounds of Haven went, I'm not too optimistic.
Yeah, no, exactly. And to anyone who has just joined us, a little bit of a recap on that veto. So if we do see Icebox go the way of villains, we'll be moving to Ascent finally. But, we're looking at the sort of matchups right now going into the night. It could have gone one or two ways. Either it was the underdog team really taking advantage of sort of the new rosters that we're seeing where we've had quite a shift. Obviously for Mindfreak, a similar thing, bringing in Ferg, the experience, but then trying to really, nut out their agent lineups and who's going to be playing what. We saw a lot of different changes and it was beautiful. And, they obviously got to, put a very dominant victory up against the previous map. And now as we move into this one, it's a similar sort of affair, obviously with old mate Ninum departing the side of Wildcard and bringing in Sign. It's another thing where villains potentially, could have forced forward and taken advantage of maybe a weaker sort of Wildcard. And we saw that at the start, but then again, it just felt like something activated. And again, Infrequent having such a huge result, it's just so hard to fight back against that. And we really saw that on their attacker side where they were super hesitant for a lot of the half.
Yeah, I almost want to see what happens when Infrequent goes back on Jet, because I remember him playing that a while ago. He was on Jet and he was also on Raze, like in the earlier wildcard rosters. But he's been more so on like Sova and now on the Smoke character for the most part, like these last couple of games. So eager to see if that continues or whether they do flex him around a little bit and change things up and maybe put Noz back on the Smokes. That'd be interesting. I just like to see how that thought experiment does work out. Either way, though, I think Wildcard, it's clearly a very, very dangerous roster. You got a lot of strong players, some of the best in the region, no doubt. And I think they still are my favorites to take that second spot to go overseas. But at the same time, I'm not, brimming with confidence about it because it does seem like things are a little bit shaky and the roles don't seem super comfortable. And I feel like, they're lacking a little bit of firepower. And if it's Infrequent on an Omen dropping a 30 bomb for you, that's the solution. I don't know if I'm super...
That was almost very TOS, Cloud. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't need to chat this... Goodbye, animal. Goodbye. That's fine. I was just going to sort of actually bring back the focus onto how, what's it called, losing Ninum in that sort of regard, wondering how it was going to be. Because, having Infrequent back on, your Jet or something like that, he was, one of the best AWPers in the region coming out of, the Counter-Strike days and very, very proficient on that AWP. So it was cool to see him actually back on that operator with the Omen in the last one. But, regardless, I want to get back to a position where I'm sort of convinced into what is much more of a solid, rest of the top 4, Order just really unscathed. And then I started to get super excited about how Wildcard, managed to take Order down a peg, and it wasn't just them winning in the upper bracket and then going out in the grand final. They won in the upper bracket and then they 3-0'd. They just crushed the domination, the competition all the way through. And then I think, what was it, a 13-3 on split or something at the last map, just to wrap it up. So that was when I was hell yeah, we've got a really solid second or even, pushing for that first. But then with all these changes, I just can't wait till we see a time where there's just some more consistent rosters that are hanging around and trying to work through each other's issues.
Yeah, but I mean, that peak wildcard was Ninum always going plus in every best of 3 series. And then RDW was pretty consistently up there as well. And then you had Swirl, who was able to put in maps extra over the top. And that's the thing, it's a similar thing in Counter-Strike where you have these players who are like your extra fragger or extra star player that like doesn't always frag out, but when he does, it's like it puts you over the top and gives you that X factor, and that's kind of how I felt about Swell. But like I said, now he's kind of being put in the position where like I feel like he is the main player who's being looked to put frags on the board consistently, and I haven't seen that much consistency from the man. So we'll see if that does get developed as we head further into this team's lifespan. And obviously, you know, we're kind of getting towards the end. You know, we've had so many stages. We've had qualifier after qualifier into qualifier. You know, it's a bit of a meme over there in the Twitter sphere. But we're really starting to get towards the pointy end of all of the qualifiers to qualify what everybody is looking for, and that is to go over and play in NA. And Wildcard, I mean, they're looking to do it. Definitely don't want to be slipping up. I was getting a little bit worried in that first half of Haven, but I think it's starting to head back to that direction of business as usual.
Absolutely. A qualifier for a qualifier. For an international qualifier, it is beautiful. But look, you know, again, hoping that over time we can really prove ourselves, you know, as a region and, you know, relying on those international presences from a lot of these teams at FPS titles that show, hey, OCE can mean business. And I definitely think we can once we settle a little bit more over time. But now it is going to be Icebox, and it is time. Will Wildcard dominate, or will Villains find their way back into this series?
Dude, if Business Conk is telling me that it's business, then I believe it's business. You got Villains out belong now, taking some control, pushing RDW off the line. It's pulled a couple of rotates, actually. Hold 4 players over here. It's only the Sage on the A side of the map. So, you know, Villains doing a good job pushing and pulling the rotations, but can they defend this big long push?
Yeah. Very, very aggressive in, and now they've got all the information, and the Spike's unfortunately a long way from home, but Prophet will be able to at least pick up the opener. Paint Shell should force them back. Information gathered, not quite. We'll be able to break the dart, but now they can react. They can choose how they're going to approach the remainder of the round. Good dink up from Marsh there. Now they start to sort of fall their way out of mid, but they've picked up a lot of members of Wildcard on the way through.
Oh, absolutely. 5-on-3. Wildcard kind of left reeling at the moment, caught in no man's land between both of the sites, you know, over-rotating to B, and then trying to push as a result of being a little out of position. Now they're going for some mid-control Suave on the Lurk on the Viper, something that you've seen from many Viper players on this map. Kind of reminds me of Angel from FPX, and is that the right wall? Yeah, beautiful from Prophet. Very well placed from the man, planting right on the little corner there.
Nope, so retake station. Here to come out from Wildcard, and oh, that is pain. Poor Swell will be taken down by the turret. Very BM from the little robot man. And now, yeah, look, all onto 1 versus 4. But look, you can't really rely on Sign too hard here. Just a lot out of his scope. Does get 1, but that's the round done.
Dude, Wally's fragging up. Look at him go. Gets a 1K in the pistol. You love to see it.
So many iconic Disney films, man.
They actually are. It's insane.
Yeah.
I
ones
watched,
that you'll remember forever.
Oh, the Pixar ones are pretty good as well.
Yeah.
I watched, what was that most recent one? Oh, man. Hold on, I'm going to Google it. Most recent Pixar film. I want to ask you if you've seen it, because it was actually probably...
go.
Soul. Did you see Soul?
No, I have not, but I should.
I didn't even know it was a movie. I didn't see any advertising for it, and then I saw it on like Netflix or Stan or something like that, and I was like, what is this? And then I clicked on it, and it was like, when it was over, I was like, oh god, that hit me like a truck, dude. I was just looking for something to watch, you know when you're scrolling through and you're just looking for something to watch, and then you're not ready for like to have like a existential crisis.
I was not ready to feel. Yeah, that's but yeah, some DreamWorks ones too. Like, what did I watch like a little while ago? The Road to El Dorado, and there's The Emperor's New Groove, Shrek, Timeless. Yeah, the good stuff.
Shrek. Oh, I haven't seen Shrek in a while.
Oh yeah. Somehow got me excited in like a movie that had song in it. I can't do musicals, man. Throws me so hard. But then again, I can't do horror movies either. So.
Oh. I watch
scaredy
only
boy.
horror movies these days.
I just can't do it. I will not be the taking care of one in the relationship. I will need the cuddle.
Yeah. And you know there's like one guy in the chat right now who's like, can you break this round down for me? Well, You know what, man? There's really not a lot going on.
They've
Gotta
got some
be honest with
classics. They've got some walking into A main.
Taken out.
Oh
Got
wait,
some dying.
wait, Mitch, have you done the max special yet? Have you
No,
done the like,
depends.
or have you done like the ultra hype anti-eco round?
No.
Like where you like hard out cast an anti-eco. That's
We
just
should
like
try
a
it.
complete slaughter.
Let's go. All right.
No, right now?
Yeah, I'm going to right now. Okay. Oh my
Okay.
God, this is incredible. Look at this 3-man stack on towards the A site. They've only got classics, but I think if they really sit here for long enough, they might be able to do it. But heading over towards the B side, it's going to be a spike plant. I can't do it, man. It's too hard.
Planted.
This is like the worst. You chose the worst round for
I
it.
know.
You chose the worst round for it. Oh my God, they're walking. They're walking. Can you believe they're walking?
Look at how quickly they're going. They might pick up another classic here.
Oh my God, can you imagine? Slightly
This is
different
insane.
skin. Oh God. Oh my God, they're running. They've doubled the speed. Oh, that is painful to watch.
Oh, if you can link me an example of Mac doing that, that will be really funny because we might
Dude,
be able
my
to do that
favorite
on
one
that
is
Sunday.
Jordan. My favorite
Yeah.
one is Jordan doing like a racehorse announcement in an anti-eco.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Coming
my
down
God.
from the outside now, 100 meters on the straight.
Oh God.
Head
Okay,
down.
well,
Take
that
the
was
Castles of
exciting.
Royal
How
Randwick.
about that one, huh? that was an exciting round. That was good. All right. Well, finally, you do have the gun round coming out here. Wildcard looking to do a crack. Dude, Side has been farming orbs. What has this man been up to? 5 out of 8 on his ults with 2 kills. He's been everywhere. All
Have a
right.
little journey around.
Right here.
Yeah. Anti-eco time for the boys so anti-force
Revealing
rather. So anti-bonus. I got there eventually. You know, words are hard. Thank God it's not my job to talk.
That was probably one of the most humbling things when I realized both of my jobs are to talk and and mostly talk smack as well.
Just mush-mouthing everything.
Yeah.
Oh, the drones back and forth. See a couple of blokes over there towards A main. Oh, that's
Good
a nice
shot.
pick for profit though. Good little opener there. More and more duels being taken. The couple of them being won here by Wildcard, going to give themselves the man advantage. You got Wally. He's guarding mid. No one's getting past that man.
A dominant force, unstoppable, and the temptation to do the impersonation, but I will not. like-
Either.
I might stoop to that level in my cast sometimes, but today is not the day. We'll try and observe as they look to waltz their way in now to the A side. But yeah, very adaptive. Wildcard seem to be pretty ready for this one. Looking to cruise on in now. Dart goes up. Will not quite spot out Infrequent. He looks low and tries to tap away, but all of this rotation is here again. As we mentioned, Infrequent drops Suave. Marsh is able to at least get one back, but Signed is poised. He gets actually tagged up a little bit here. Could be a bit dicey getting dropped to 26 now. Spike gets planted, but Swine goes for the swing. No, it doesn't even go down. It should be a clean up. And there it is. Round done. Wildcard back in.
Did you just call him swine?
Maybe.
You get caught between swirl and side, and you just end up abusing one of the players.
Swined.
Swine. Oh, dude, if there's actually a dude with the handle swine, I'm gonna lose it. Oh God. All right. Well, the round started all right for Villains, but it kind of went downhill after that. The good news is it was the bonus. They were looking for damage. They found damage. The economies have equalized. We got an altar piece, got a Hunter's Fury, got a res. Let's see who comes out on top of this one, and it's going to start to take a bit of a foothold in this half. Drone through, looking for the boys over here. Does spot all of the boys actually from Wildcard, and Villain's not interested in the B side of the map anymore.
I like that they are trying to press B as well. You know, they're not just sort of sitting back. They are really trying to gather that early info. But jumping on up, does seem like Villains have their sights set on towards A. Bomb Buddy might be able to spot something, but yes, well, taken down on the entry and a heal in from Marsh. So this should be control of the site taken. Wall goes down a little bit of a different angle, and now that's the Hunter's Fury. Signed. Can he line him up? Yes, he can indeed. Drops down Marsh. He might even be able to gather some further info, but there's the res, and Villains are still playing this round quite well.
I actually think that kill onto Marsh gives him the lockdown. So after the res, he's actually able to use that. That is actually kind of cute. Keen to see if he invested in this round. It's a pretty big swing round.
for sure. That'll be able to really bring them in. And there it is, exactly as you mentioned. Sign trying to get aggressive, putting the foot down, and RDW doing the exact same thing. Pocket up high, though, will be able to deny, and that's the paint shells to at least try and create some extra space. Gonna have to wait for this lockdown to fizz out now. No detainee. Oh, two, actually, rather. Could be doing bits now, but there it is. Yeah, a blunder and a round for Villains.
That's actually insane. That is insane that you get the Hunter's Fury killing the Killjoy. His death gives him the lockdown that wins them the round. My mind hurts. My brain hurts. Like, I'm sure I've seen that interaction before, but I don't think it ever really clicked until this moment.
Well, pays off. And yeah, unfortunately, Wildcard not able to re-entry into that location. And Villains with another good round.
Do you ever end up in a meta where you entry on a character, you want to get the ult and then res that character?
I think like there is a world where that's possible, but I don't know if Oceania has the capacity for it. That's big brain on another level.
I feel like that's either big brain or like one head and nothing in between. Like you just feed the first pick and lose.
But I got my ult for the next round.
Oh, this is actually kind of falling apart for Villains. They've lost a lot of mid control. They're going to go back and put the other team through their paces. Infrequent still taking aim
Hang on.
Man was on fire last game, but Villains turning it around. Oh, be careful. 2v1. Pocket's got his hands on the spike. Gonna try and chuck it in the ground there. And I think it's crisis averted for Villains. Damage taken, no doubt about that.
Now they've got the info onto Noz as well. So he's got a very, very big task ahead here on this Killjoy. Moving his way in with the Dragoon.
Yeah, it's what I was mentioning as well. Noz on the Sentinel role because RDW plays the Viper.
Yeah, look, Noz, fantastic player. Gets the shot. That's a 3k in the round as well. But look at this. Smith has the lineup.
Just the one.
And
just
15
the one.
HP, yeah. Is it enough? Oh, he sees it. He sees it. It's gone too deep. He might not know. This is so suspenseful. Oh, you're joking. He's just won
How's
that.
he got that? How has he won that? That's insane. He's going to get the lockdown as well. 15 HP. I've just witnessed a robbery. Someone call the police.
That was a round where, like, I don't even want to cast it because you can just let the play kind of talk about itself. But Noz really stepping up there. 1 versus 2 in that situation in a round where he should have been locked out by far. And then he saw what, like a slither of the shock dart going over the top, steps out of the radius by like a centimeter, and then wins the round in that fashion. That's incredible from Noz. Well done.
Was that a case of like elevation change made the shock dart do no damage?
I don't even know. I think he got out of the radius by like just.
That'd be interesting. Oh, cute little volley. Just lands on Wally. I'm a rapper now. Anyway, though, I'm not going to continue because I got no more bars. I'm only good for 2 bars usually.
Don't lose yourself in the moment. You want it. Gonna have to
let
make
it
you walk
go.
the 8
Just
mile.
like Noz can't let go of mid control right now. Gonna chuck down the nano swarm. Swell's gonna help him out as well. Frequent shooting through from the B site. Villains, they're kind of just getting shot from literally every angle. It's hard to watch, mate.
Well, this is the pace changer now, isn't it? Look at that. Infrequent straight back into it with 3. And a denial of a, what I believe was a full buy as well to come out from the Villains. So,
That was a half.
half, little halfy. There you go.
a
Okay,
halfie.
no, we got the full buy now.
Don't panic, mate. It was just a halfie.
Just a halfy.
It's all good.
Cool. Which is, good. Villains not going to let the, wildcard movement drag them too far out.
Well, need to see the Villains boys get themselves on the bomb site because we got a pit. We got one off a showstopper if we can farm ourselves an orb. We got a Hunter's Fury for the post plant too. Couple little tools they can use for success. Also can hold that Hunter's Fury for the anti-lockdown if they do so, please. Swirl again, 6 rounds in, yet to find himself a frag. So, not sure what's going on with the man.
I
Bit of a
wonder-
rough couple days.
Yeah, it's interesting to witness. Hey, like I wonder, is he just not feeling it? Like, is he not in it mentally, or is he just having a bit of an off day? And I guess that's one of the things, right? You know, like having the real like aim heavy, skatey, high sensitivity stuff. Like, you got to be warmed up for that too.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, man. not like super worth reading into, I guess.
Nah, for sure.
It's kind of good though, like that wildcard just has so much quality and so much good macro that they're able to win no matter what anyway, at least against a team like Villains.
Yeah, not having to rely on it heavily.
Okay, that's an interesting lockdown. Deep in towards middle there. Going to flush out all of that A main area and pushes all of Villains back into spawn with 40 seconds on the clock. That's actually going to buy a lot of time here.
Nobody detained. 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
And now as they walk into mid, going to be utilizing the Poison Cloud to get their way into the tube, actually, on towards the other side. But, you know, Villains really need to pick up the pace here. 15 seconds and they're walking into the kitchen. Wally's going to spot him. Unfortunately, there will be no English breakfast there as they do try to march their way towards the side. RDW gets spotted, but they're actually able to find a couple of frags here. Pocket and Myth will be able to do something, and he's going to plant, and he does get it down. But that's the Viper's Pit up towards the top, and Villains have actually walked away with a pretty decent result here in a 3v5.
Dude, they've just straight Navi'd them walking into the site with literally no room for error, but it's worked out. The Viper's Pit in the top of the site, that's an interesting one. Spam coming through from all of the wildcard players in towards Snowman there, but how the hell do you get back into this retake? What the hell? I've never seen the Viper's Pit do that. Like, spread vertically down.
Yep. Crazy how it all does pay out, and I don't think, you know, Wildcard are really super keen in trying to retake that one either. And look, at the end of the day, don't blame them. It's going to try and waltz their way out, but look at Pocket's positioning. There's one, there should be two, and maybe even a third, just for good measure. 4K for Pocket in the round. Very, very clean, but they definitely made me a little bit scared in that situation, given how long they left it before they got to the side.
And RDW didn't even seem aware that people were going to be through kitchen. Like, I'm not sure if that was miscon from Signed or whether he just wasn't registering it, but I'm pretty sure Signed heard at least two people. He saw the snake bite. He would have heard the boys thundering through tube, and RDW didn't seem too, like, perturbed about it, really. Wasn't quite ready for that. Frequent back on the operator, though, as we head into another buy round. We do have a Viper ult on top of the 410 box, which we do often see. And Showstopper available here for Pocket. Eager to see if he's going to try to invest that to try to take the Viper out. He's going to pop it there and does actually take the Viper out. So beautiful little stuff from the Raze man.
And Swell's been taken down as well. So, you know, even inside the Viper's Pit, which usually can be quite a big deterrent, they weren't fearful at all. And great space created by the Villains. And now Infrequent has a lot of ground that he needs to make up, especially if he can try and find his way to get that res off.
Yeah, res, as well as a wall for the post plant. Do have a couple of nano swarms on the bomb, which need to get cleared out there. There's the res onto Swell. Villains just trying to buy time for this Sova flank to come in for themselves.
Swell's got the Showstopper out as well, looking to pop over the top, and Freakin's going to be able to take one. Where does he send it? Up towards the top, but it doesn't quite hit, and now Myth, is he onto the right angle? Is he onto the right side? Wally spotted him out. Will he be able to deny? The answer is no, and they are going to be able to close out the defuse. 3 members alive, and a good result there from Wildcard, despite the early entrance from Villains.
That was another iteration, by the way, of Swell being 7 out of 8 on the Showstopper, dying, getting rezzed, and popping it.
I feel like this is going to, like, live in your head for a little while now, and you're going to be very observant
I'm going to be
it.
thinking about this so much. Like, my brain's actually broken now.
Okay, so they're in another bite. How do they approach it this time round? Villains lose this round, sort of does throw them off a little bit and allows Wildcard to very much get that foothold back. Because what are you sort of thinking with this map at this point in time? Like, are you sort of still feeling like it does have a side, or is it kind of 50-50? I'm still leering a little bit more towards 50-50 at the moment.
I have no idea, dude. Like, the games that you see on this map are, like, so different sometimes. Sometimes if a team's got a really good feel for the attack side, like, they can just dome you. It kind of reminds me of... Oh, hold on. Got a fight here from Swirler, 1-for-1. That gives Marsh the lockdown, actually, but I think he's going to get caught off by Infrequent. Not expecting that singular player up towards yellow after taking out that side... well, B long player, I guess. You expect that to be the side anchor and for him to be left to his own devices. Meanwhile, lurk through from Myth does gain a lot of ground towards A here, and the bomb will be put down.
Yeah, he can't lull them into a fall. False sense of security here. He actually gets spotted.
Oh, no.
Myth, a little bit of a blunder there, and now he's going to get swung on. He was in the position to make so much happen, but now, unfortunately, they don't even get the spike, potentially Profit. 1 versus 4. We'll be able to find the opener. Does have the res available as well. He can actually send that over onto Myth on his feet. That's going to be another shot that does connect, but he does have to pick up the Phantom. Oh, there was a potential. I definitely saw a world where he won that, but regardless, great composure from Wildcard. And yeah, like Myth steps a centimeter, an inch into that Hunter's Fury, and it all falls apart for him.
He just got unlucky, man. Like,
Yeah.
he made the perfect read, the perfect play. Sometimes you just get a bit unlucky, dude. Can't do anything about it.
Unlucky oos.
What's the map in, like, I'm actually, my brain is like not working right now. What's the map in Counter-Strike where like it can go a nuke? So it reminds me of Nuke, this map, where it's like some teams, I swear to God, make it look T-sided, and then
Yeah.
sometimes the CT side's really like kind of rolling a little bit.
For sure.
That's what Icebox reminds me of. Some teams, I watched them play the attack side of this map, and I'm like, dude, this map is broken for defense.
Ooh. That's a nasty little shot there as well. I wasn't expecting Signed to be taken down for that position. For Noz, but Myth, that's 2 in the round. With the
Picks up
Sheriff.
the Phantom out of the sink, dude.
Yeah.
There you go.
Crazy
All washed,
stuff.
Nice and clean. Just cleaning off the Nerf gun at that point. Love to see it. We've ended up in a 4-on-3 here on the little half buy. Got a couple of the boys with a rifle in hand as well. It's a nice little situation for Villains to try to steal away around here, actually. What was Wildcard's money looking like? How many did they survive with last round? I'm kind of interested if this is going to really screw with their money towards the tail end of this half, because this could actually kind of be a bit of a swing round if that's the case. You could see Villains pick this round up. They pressure the economy. If they win one more, they can break Wildcard's money right at the last round, and all of a sudden you're looking at a 7-5. But
Yeah.
that's in theory.
On the other side of this one way, with
30
the Poison
seconds.
Cloud, everyone on Wildcard will be able to at least escape the grasps of this Killjoy lockdown. RDW able to break Dart as well. Should be able to get a shot over. Yeah, that's a little bit nasty there.
Down, B.
As soon as the the toxic screen goes down, does get taken down very, very quickly. And now Pocket can't quite connect the shot as well, but in the end does take down RDW. 10 seconds though, they've got to try and find this plant immediately.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't happen. Good composure from Wildcard.
Yeah, I feel like you almost just can't go B sometimes when your Sage dies. Like, no wall for the B plant is like big sad energy, unless you're like splitting through middle and you're able to actually get onto the site and like plant in a safer position rather than that default plant spot. Like, without a Sage, that's just not happening, dude.
Yeah, a little rough. But, you know, Wildcard can have done well to recover in this situation. And another buy for the Villains, another attempt moving into the last couple of rounds of this half. And it's still very much up in the air who has this game on lockdown.
So I'm thinking about a bit of a 2 push. B long control being taken once again, pushing RDW off that line. Villain's doing a good job just securing map control. Not too much investment. It's getting close to the Hunter's Fury towards the tail end of the half. What's the go here for Villains? They secure B long control. They're going to start walking back towards A. Still have that Sage res to burn.
And no other ultimates for Wildcard either. Still looking towards building them up for potentially the last round. But moving on in towards A, and Frequent holding that line. Does get timed slightly. Will be able to break the dart, however. But that has allowed an immediate entry in towards the site. The toxic screen is going to force Infrequent away as well. So wall goes down. Looks to sort of isolate that position as well. But a straight on 5v5. Res still available for Profit. This is going to be a tough one for both teams.
Yeah, do have that flank coming out from RDW. Both of the Vipers kind of sizing things up. Noz, that's really not the ideal position for his Nano Swarm to be landing. They're starting to filter into the site, but it doesn't seem like it's going so well for Wildcard. They're losing a couple of players here and there. And 4-on-2, looking good for Villains to be able to close here. Infrequent, not really feeling too comfortable about retaking with that operator, but maybe the flank from RDW can turn the tide. Probably not. All of his teammates have died by the time that his flank does come into the equation. And that's a nice round for Villains. Kind of just walking up onto the A site and avoiding the operator for Infrequent means that they're able to secure that round pretty easily.
It's crazy how just like a second step, you know, takes the frequent off the line and he misses the shot, allows them to jump straight on in. But that's a good one, I suppose. And it's an interesting sort of, you know, thing right now. You know, we look at the scores and I guess they are sort of starting to get a little bit closer. Noz and Infrequent are having a good one. Sign's not doing too bad. But yeah, RDW and Swirl really sort of struggling. And it does come back to that sort of merit where, you know, Wildcard not really having to rely on all five at all times to be firing on all cylinders. Villains getting a little bit more equal with all their frags, and ultimately it is showing, but that is going to be the ultimate picked up, and the Viper's Pits straight down coming out from RDW.
Yeah, the pick through mid for Infrequent. Quite happy with that. Rez comes through from Suave, so he's being able to be put back on the field. You do have the pit available for villains as well off the back of that Rez. Actually, again, that's another interaction of the ultimate being available thanks to the Rez, and he's going to pop it as well, but goes down straight away.
And he's found a couple of frags in the process as well. Very nicely played from RDW right now. Now Myth looking for some extra control, and he will be able to do the old Born identity as he crosses on the trip on the zip line. Now RDW continues to find more. Three, make it. No, not quite. Pocket will be able to deny, dropping the pit, and now they look to rotate out immediately.
I mean, it's a 4-on-2 though, dude. Like, you get the res in from Infrequent. It's not the ideal scenario. He's got mid lockdown as well. Hunter's Fury, but 35 seconds on the clock. It's not looking too hunky-dory here for the boys on villains. Okay, they were just avoiding the drone. I thought they were thinking about a save, and I was going to get a bit upset.
Upsetty
Wait,
spaghetti.
what? Oh, okay. I thought Sand was going to rotate off there for a second after droning through and not seeing anything. They do actually have space to plant here, though.
There's the bolt destroyed, so the information is gathered, as well as the pitter-patter of the footsteps getting onto the site as well. Myth's going to look into the face of adversity. Now Pocket needs to lock down for his team, but unfortunately it is all left onto just Smith, and he will be good for one, but then taken down by Infrequent, and that is going to be the half going the way of Wildcard. So a little bit of a tug of war in the game, tit for tat, but ultimately it is Wildcard that do lead out the charge in the half. And as they move into this one with a little bit of momentum behind, if they pick up the pistol, it could start to fall away from Villain's grasp just a little bit.
Absolutely. Would want to see Villains keep it competitive, though. Like, that was kind of my problem with Haven. It was a great first half when things were going well for them. You know, it was good stuff. But, you know, by that second half, things really started to fall by the wayside. I don't want to see them lose that momentum in this game. I want to see them have another strong half and keep things competitive. Looks like Pocket might go aggressive up on towards the belt, so that could be entertaining.
Yeah, looking to send the paint shells over the top early. They've got a very, very big lean from Villains right now, so definitely trying to take some sort of control play. And, ooh, that hurts Swell a little bit. Does get spotted out by the dart as well. So opening force from the Villains, but it doesn't seem to deter Wildcard just yet.
Yeah, good chip damage with the paint shells, with one of the shock darts, info gathered with the dart as well. Informs the rotate. You do have Suave over here, having a little bit of a shoulder peek, having a little bit of a look towards B-Long. Not really seeing too much, and he has got that retake wall up. Myth again, trying to do his Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. Little zipline approach in there.
Some Mission Impossible stuff. Heading over towards B, however. Just very much Suave, looking for the jump spot. Does break the dart, not going to be spotted either. But it does feel like the pacing does set its way, but look where the spike is, Mitch. Still holding firm. Happy to sit back over towards the A site. They pull the orb, but not a single member of Villains seems to be really sold by this fake. Holding it down, very much so. They had the strat, set up towards A to lock it down, and they're continuing that merit.
Yeah, I would say they've probably got a pre-planned retake for B, so they're much more comfortable just sitting on this A stack, and so far so good. I mean, Prophet's up the top. He's already found a pick before the bombs even started to go down, and you see Villains again. They don't want to even let them get the spike on the floor. They're just attempting this retake early, but they might have actually overcommitted here. Wildcard's punishing them, and into a 3-on-1 as the spike goes down. That's gone horribly wrong.
Oh, how have they lost that? Whiffed. Many a shot, trying to jump over the wall. Getting too excited. Throwing it away and into the bag of Wildcard.
Unfortunate. It was a good start, and they had the right read.
Yeah.
Just not connecting the shots, I guess. I'm not sure like what would have been better than committing through the wall there. Like they had the man advantage. I guess they could kind of like push around the right side and go over the top of Rafter and try to like, you know, stop Wildcard from getting off the site. But yeah, I don't think it was too bad of a play. I guess they must have missed a couple of their shots, I think.
Yeah, for sure. The old classic. Can't read too much into it. At the end of the day, you don't click the heads. Sometimes it just doesn't pay off. But yeah, I think that's, you know, one of the things we notice about some of these up and coming teams that look quite well drilled and quite well practiced, but might not have, you know, the fundamentals that some of these really long term and experienced players do have.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, Wildcard using utility to minimize the risk. Good fundamentals. Checking the corners. Going as a unit. This is how you anti-eco.
If only the rest of OS could follow this. But at least they are getting it done here. Wildcard, plant, even faked. Just a good measure. Trying to pull the info. RDW and sign. Clean as you like it. And that is the perfect sort of setup to move your way in towards the bonus round, which will be played out now. Villains are going to have their buy-in. Obviously, as usual, they will be lacking a little bit of utility, but there's actually going to be a timeout coming in for the Villains, and I don't blame them, right, Mitch? You know, there's only 4 rounds that Wildcard need to put in their back pocket to close out this entire series.
Yeah. Actually, like, looking at the money that they have, I think they... Have they overspent, or is that... Did they have full classics last round, or did some of them invest? Because, like, this is not a feels-good buy. I'm looking at Myth 4.3. He has to go light armor if he wants drone and shock darts. Marsh as well had absolutely no util. He has to go down to the light armor to be able to get all of his nanos. Obviously, you're missing the slow orbs on Prophet as well. So first round buy, you don't have access to all the utility that you want, and that's just a side effect of all the changes that we've seen, dude. Like, utility is expensive, man.
Yeah.
So these first gun rounds, when you've only got like the 4K to 4.5K, you got to pick and choose what's most valuable to you.
Absolutely. It will be interesting to see how the game does continue to sort of develop in this part. You know, what's the funny meme? Project A is going to be a shooter, relies on gun skill only, no abilities, will be able to win the game.
Yeah.
At least they're making it more expensive.
You watch one of those like B-site post plants on Haven where it's like nano swarm, snake bite, gravity well.
Yep, brimstone molly, just getting it all down. All of it happening. And that'll be interesting, like, you know, potentially the thoughts of what a new agent could look like. Someone that could, you know, potentially dissipate the snake bite, the molly. Like, you know, what's the, I can't remember exactly the character from Overwatch that can do that kind of stuff, negate some utility. But yeah, potentially something like that in the future, because some of this post-plant utility is just so strong.
Is that Gorilla Man?
Can't even remember. I barely played Overwatch. People tell me things.
Well, bonus against first gun round. Villains need to start it off right. And actually, I think with the expense of the utility... Oh, this is cute from Wildcard. Waiting for the wall to dissipate. They're going to walk up into kitchen. They're actually going to get there before the Sage can get into position, but he's well aware it's dirty. Prophet. And there you go. He was trying to pull the slow wall, but he didn't have one because he can't afford it.
There it is. No money.
No charges.
He does move on in, trying to find something. Something good for the trade. We'll be able to recover that spike now. Wally goes up over towards A, spotting to see if anything is safe, seeing if he can find his partner in the other Wally. But it definitely looks like our Wildcard do have their sights set on towards this B location. I'm looking to swing around Snowman. There is one member there in Suave, tapping away in towards the site, looking for a little bit of a swing though. Sign wants to press the narrative and he'll get away with it. Had the spike in hand as well. They're going to be able to play it nice and safe. Let's spray through the wall. Let's RDW strike. And now 2 versus 4 in this bonus for the Villains. This is rough. Swirl gets tagged up, however.
Yeah, they're about to be economically reset at 10-5 scoreline. Up against a bonus win for Wildcard, who are picking up guns right and left. You got Signed. He's got his hands on a Vandal now. You know, they could potentially come away with a few guns here. I'm counting our Villains. Like, they're pretty squishy here on this retake. It's too good of a setup for Wildcard. I'd be very surprised if they came away with that one. But what's that? 3 guns taken away from Wildcard into that round?
Yeah.
I think so. Oh, that is beautiful. That is
Yep,
like the
something that they
dream
can't let
bonus,
happen.
dude.
For sure. Just
Yeah.
playing it very, very clean right now. And
That's like you're legit playing this game on hard mode now for villains. Like you are cooked in terms of your economy. Your opponent's got a sick economy. You're down 11-5. You have no room for error, and you're playing against gun on gun rounds. And the more rounds that you win, the more loss bonus your opponent has, and the more ults your opponent has. Well, this is a change up though on the eco round. Villains trying to go aggressive up onto belt. So far, so good. Got a kill out of it.
For you.
Yeah, at least making something happen. You know, they're not just rolling over and dying by any means. They're trying some different things. But Swirl will open up at least. But then it is traded out quickly by Prophet. Infrequent there to resurrect his buddy. Not by the ultimate, though. And in the position, sitting, waiting. Still haven't even looked to push forward. Waiting to see if there will be any rotate pulled. And Marsh is just going to sit pretty up towards that B-long area.
Well, another exciting anti-eco round. Oh, it started exciting.
It did, yeah. They tried something.
Yeah. But now it's going to be a bit of a resident sleeper for a little while. So,
No charges here.
yeah. Tell me, how was your day today, Mitch? Good day?
Yeah, no, not bad. I mean, saw a client, got some stuff done. And, yeah, I think main thing is not really getting a whole lot of sleep lately with these Cologne games on, but that's okay. It's worth it
30 seconds
for the
left.
boys. How was your
Gotta support
Valorant
the
grinds?
My Valorant grind? I didn't get to play any today,
Oh,
Spike
unfortunately.
there you go.
I was doing housework simulator.
Oh, wow.
Oh, hold on. Is Suave going to be doing some housework here, cleaning some boys up? Oh, okay. Hold on.
We'll give him a chance. Jason Bourne, ready to drop on in.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, what? 2
Shouldn't
1v1.
be allowed.
Heading up to the belt. He's got the toxic screen. He can look to potentially get half onto this, but no, Infrequent's not going to have it. There's the poise.
You can't just zip line across and 1B the dude like with the sheriff of all guns.
Dude, you think it's like one of those things, you know, when a game first gets released and it's kind of like there's some things that maybe haven't been ironed out or anything like that. You can still like almost 100% accuracy on ropes. It is just a meme.
I mean, the jumping, they took ages on the jumping classic.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's like a design choice as well, because every time there's one of these stupid bugs like the Sova Dart bug, or like the Nvidia bug, like they get fixed in an hour, and then meanwhile there's just like, I could shoot accurately on a rope for like months. So it's like they clearly think like this is a good idea.
Yeah, correct.
Because they are so on point with their bug. Dude, CS, it's like there's like bugs that have been in the game for like 4 years. For Riot, it's like
Yep.
on Reddit, some obscure Reddit posters like, I discovered this bug. It's like, it's gone. It's been patched.
A pro player will make a complaint about something and it's just immediately gone. Probably like a Riot dev sitting in their stream being like, oh bro, I got this.
All right, well, Wildcard, a whole lot of ults here. You got the Viper's Pit, you got that retake, Killjoy Ultimate, you got the Hunter's Fury as well. So if they get this spike down, then it's going to be very hard for villains to get back into the round. Hasn't been forced down yet. Wildcard not feeling comfortable enough, but now that they're starting to find some entries, they might think differently about that. Does get traded back from Marsh, who's doing a good job to hold on to the site. There's the lockdown invested. Wanted to keep it for the post plan, but hold on. Marsh is just
Oh, he's
putting
found
this round on his back. Look at him go, dude.
He hasn't stopped. He is charging around this area. Now they will find the spike plan. How's this happened? The defenders have gone past the site onto the other side. Swell now up top. Should have definitely heard something.
He's got a lockdown.
Yeah. There's just so many things and so many elements heading into this one. Does he try and send it down? I mean, look, you're running out of chances at this point in time. Pocket will be able to dive in. That's going to be the pit going down.
Wow.
Marsh has found another. And now it's all on a sign. He's in for the long haul, trying to get around to that other side. They still haven't tapped onto the defuse, though. Might be able to walk on in. Spots out one. Great dink. But he's just going to lock the defuse. Just going to hold it. Just going to hold it. Just going to...
Oh, Marsh.
And Marsh
What
gets
a
the dub.
bloody round, dude. A 4K. Like, Villains had absolutely no business winning that round, and he literally just put the team on his back. He played so well around that Viper's Pit. He was chilling in the top of the site, just finding picks right and left, doing his Jason Bourne impression on the zip line.
Here.
And he's actually legit just committed robbery right before our eyes. Problem is, though, it's exactly like I said. Okay, villains, yeah, sick round. And here's your reward. Your economy's cooked. You only have 2 rifles in this round, and wildcards money is still awesome. So that is the unfortunate side effects of...
Oh, no.
Oh, I had so much praise for them. I had so much praise for them, Mitch.
There's an unfortunate side effect about praise.
Oh god,
Love
that's
it.
legit. That's legit. Like my dog, dude. Like she does something cute or something good once, and then like it's all downhill from there. After I say good girl.
Yeah, always the way. Mythos find a very sharp shot, but it is quickly rectified. Picked up by Infrequent there. Now they do start to continue the march into the kitchen, seeing if they're able to find anything. Swell forcing his way forward as well. So they're very much playing around this control that's already been established by RDW. That should be some information there off the back of that recon bolt.
No,
Let's
that's
go
for
no
B-long.
further. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, they're looking for info B long, but didn't dart for middle. Trades in favor of wildcard again. Res available for villains. Marsh is really hitting some nut shots right now with the Vandal. Man is on point. He's kind of keeping villains in this game. He's got the lockdown available for him as well. RDW is literally like chilling right now. He's
There's the
big
res
chilling.
too.
Has not moved a single inch right now.
Well, they've got the wall available. We'll send it down. Able to get that spike planted now, and it's in a slightly different location. But just basically whenever RDW does get spotted out by Wally, and by planting it slightly different, it means the Hunter's Fury is completely off.
Yeah.
So this could be big, and he's actually brought the turret away, but Marsh! Doesn't matter! Doesn't matter what he's doing. Yeah, he's hitting shots. Making it so hard, and Noz is barely on any HP at all. Should be the round pretty much done. The shock dart to clear it, not quite. But it will, no, hang on. Marsh then whiffs that, but that's okay. They get the round.
That's
Yeah,
big,
there's still
though.
someone in this.
Three guns is definitely going to help out the money. That's going to give them a much better buy heading into this one, because that last one was the one that was pretty cooked. Like, it was like Sheriff, 2 Spectres, and 2 Vandals. And I was like, this buy looks terrible. And then they win that round, and now this is the swing round, okay? It's been a long time coming. This is why it's such a difficult position, because look at villains. They've had to win 2 gun rounds in a row, and now they have to be asked to win a 3rd gun round in a row to actually just reset Wildcard's economy, and they have a chance at making it to double digits. That's how far behind they were. And I did not back them to do it. I was kind of like, this game's over in my brain, but they are really making a run here.
Swell doing a little bit of different running, using the satchels to get his way all the way in, and unfortunately nothing is spotted out, and he does lead RDW into his death. Suave will be able to pick that one. Viper's snake bites come out, and Swell, he's gone down as well. Suave also feeling it. They've got to be careful here, Wildcard. Getting straight back in. Frequent unable to find it as well. Myth gets another. Suave gets 4. Hang on a minute, Mitch. We've got a game on our hands.
Absolutely. 5 alive. That's an economy swing if I've ever seen one, dude. Did he use the pit?
No,
Or has
he's still got it.
He's still got the pit?
Oh, hang on.
The pit.
It looks like he...
Yeah, it's a... Dude, I actually never know. That Viper ult, like, icon on the HUD is cooked.
No, he's got it. He's still got it. Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Interesting. But, like, yeah, again, Swell. Like, I feel horrible sort of picking on him in this regard, but it's not, like, because I think he's bad. He's an insane player. But, like, that round there, you know, obviously he tried to be the man to create the space in, but he popped the ultimate with barely sort of any information on it. And I guess it all makes sense in what he was trying to do. But, yeah, it just sort of has led a couple of members.
He's just zoning him.
Yeah.
Just trying to zone him out of the site. If anyone's playing the site, he's going to, at worst situation, go 1-for-1, which is what you want on the attack side, trying to bust into the site. Oh,
Yeah, so
dear.
playing well,
Hold on.
just passive out. Oh, he's been spotted.
3 towards B long. This is an interesting setup for villains. They might actually end up paying the price for this. They do not want to be going down here and dropping these rifles on the ground. That would be a nightmare. Up against Wildcard right now, who are just on the sheriffs.
Okay.
Oh,
So the
noodle arms,
recovery,
you can't get it.
just like you would never want to see villains go down to a round like this. So
No,
he's hoping.
I mean, they still have the money to recover from it, but they don't have the rounds like built up. Like you don't want to put Wildcard on that point here. This is big. Like this is so ballsy from them as well. Prophet's lost all his armor. He's still fighting this like angle towards B long. I'm getting heart palpitations. And Noz out. In the meanwhile, I was so tunnel visioned at B long that I haven't even noticed that the man's made the round-winning play, opening up the A site here.
And looking to find something. Swirl spotted out. Marsh. He's had a few recent big rounds as Prophet. Going to be kept there by Swirl as well. So this time zoning very nicely. One of the fully equipped members at Bay, RDW, gets spotted out on the other side of the wall, but look, he's got a Spectre in hand as well, so this is still very, very much a challenging position for the villains, and you can see there's a little bit of inconsideration, I guess. You know, they've considered whether or not they want to save or whether or not they want to go for this completely. They've got money, they've got time, wait, they do not have rounds, as you've mentioned. Marsh has picked up one, but now the Recon Bolt goes over the top. They're all set for this post plant right now. Someone needs to stick, someone needs to get in for it. That's already the damage. Swell's going to be able to find his shot, so will Infrequent, and with pistols, they take it to map and series points.
I mean, it's just a lack of fundamentals, really. Like, maybe you might have expected that Wildcard would buy and go for, like, a long B play, but it's like they were on the pistols with the Sheriffs, and you just do not want, like, a 3 long B setup against that. Nightmare scenario. Villains, they were setting themselves up for the comeback. It was a Cinderella story, but not to be. They unfortunately fall at the hurdle that you don't expect them to. It's the OCE Classic. Looking real good, and then dying to pistols. Tale as old as time.
But I guess it's good signs, I suppose, from villains. You know, at this point in time, like a team that is continually developing over time as we see them play more and more. You know, I did get to see them in the Rising Heroes and obviously previous VOT, like just making their way over and just getting better and better as they do pass on with time. And that's exactly what you need in this scene.
It's so interesting that they feel like they need to go so aggressively at this point in the game. Like they triple push B long last round. This round they triple pushed A. They really like trying to make the big balls plays to catch Wildcard off guard rather than playing a more sort of standardized rounds and making micro adjustments. They're trying to like go for the Hail Marys that can either just win or lose you the round instantly. It's like really that underdog mentality, you know?
Now with the wall down, little spray through, Infrequent safe. Marsh poised up the top. Screens will keep him at bay for a little while longer, waiting for the rest of his team to rotate through. But as we know, this is the last opportunity, and RDW is going to make quick work of Prophet. He's going to be taken down here. The Infrequent Res is available, and look at this flank coming in. He will be spotted out by Wally, but at least he's still in a position to start turning something back, and he's going to be taken down. Marsh will find him, and now with all this utility going left, right, and center, it's hard to sort of keep up, but forcing their way in. Infrequent will drop one. Say in a second. He will be taken down by Marsh in the end, but then traded out accordingly. And Noz to close. There it is, Mitch. Wildcard 13-8 over Villains. And I think that's back-to-back 13-8s now, obviously finding Haven and an Icebox.
Yeah, I think a similar sort of story about what I expected from both of these series between Auglis as well as, you know, Villains. They've got enough talent, and there's definitely enough, like, you know, to that team to be able to take rounds and even look threatening from half to half, but just maybe not the fundamentals there or the consistency they need to actually push a map over the line or push a series over the line. So still need some more development.
Absolutely. So a big shout out to Villains, obviously, for that position. You guys definitely gave us a you know, pretty enjoyable game to broadcast in the end, and a big congratulations to Wildcard, obviously, for pushing it over the line, showing us that their 13-7 loss yesterday was certainly not something that should be taken you know, on board all the way through. So let's have a little bit of an update on the bracket, see where we all stand after the 2 best of 3s this evening. There it is. Unfortunately, as we know, we say goodbye, but not permanently, just for now, until that next stage of the closed qualifiers later on. Auglis and Villains, they will be the ones that we do bid farewell to. Mindfreak and Wildcard have pushed themselves up in the bracket. So what we'll be witnessing tomorrow is going to be the upper bracket stuff as Order versus Peace, and straight out of the Zoo versus Team Bliss. Mitch, we're going to be taking the homies on the stream through that one as well. So it should be very entertaining to see how the games do continue on.
Yeah, got some banger best of threes coming out for you tomorrow. Very, very entertaining ones. And obviously it's going to set the stage for who's going to qualify in towards the next stage of the competition here at stage 3, getting towards the tail end of the year. Need to see which one of these teams is going to secure themselves the lion's share of those points and make sure that they're going to be present at the big opportunity that comes towards the end of the year.
Absolutely. And I guess I can thank everyone for watching. You know, it was a really quite an enjoyable night, end of the week. Everyone's sort of wrapping up on a Friday, and it was quite a relaxing time. You know, I had a lot of fun, understanding some of these teams and the roster changes that have been coming through. And, you know, we can get some rest now and really pump ourselves up for the big ticket games tomorrow, where we will be seeing who will be the first qualifiers over stage number 3. So, Mitch, thank you for joining me as usual. You're fantastic. And have you got any additional or final thoughts before we do wrap up for the end of the night?
No, man, just come in, tune in, same time tomorrow. Game should be even better than we saw today. Obviously, had some underdog teams that were having a bit of a crack, and at times they look like they might be able to test. But tomorrow is where we have some of the best in the region playing up against each other, and should have some absolute bangers for you guys.
For sure. And obviously, guys, just as you can see below me on that lower third right now, make sure that you do obviously get around the Open Qualifiers number 2 as well. Closes is Sunday on the 11th of July as well. So I think it's a really exciting opportunity. You know, we constantly harp on about how important it is for, you know, the newer players to all sort of get around it. The amount of people that I'm seeing playing this game right now, and I can guarantee it, right? Winning a comp game, so much better than winning a pug. And I guarantee you, when you're doing it alongside your friends, it is a fantastic feeling. So guys, I won't keep you any longer. Have a fantastic Friday evening, and the Mitch duo, we'll see you back tomorrow. Take care.